All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the July 2021 term. The Honorable Clay Lewis Jenkins presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
Practice law. So he is one of a handful of local lawyers, all senior members of the Dallas Bar, who have practiced for decades and never passed the bar exam. Final colorful note about Tom's family history. His father, Tom Giltner, also Tom Giltner, delivered milk and bread to the infamous outlaws Bonnie Parker and Clyde Burrow while they quote-unquote hid out in a small house in the corner of Borgia Street and Singleton Avenue in Oak Cliff in the 1930s. Old Tom Giltner said they always paid their bill on time and paid in full, probably cash. You know? The house is still there today. We are honored to have this colorful Bible scholar ask God's blessings on this Commissioner's Court here today.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. It's an honor to be here this morning before all of you. Let us pray. Lord, we pause here to give thanks and praise for our county government. Our scriptures teach us that human government is divinely ordained, that legally constructed. They are God's appointed ministers here on earth to do good, and we are beholden to these higher powers. In this view, we give thanks for our Dallas County Commissioners Court and those who preside over it. Lord, we invoke your blessings upon our county judge, our county commissioners, and the staff and assistants who served him so faithfully. We invoke your blessings upon the others who administer our county government, the administrators, department heads, facilitators, leaders, and those who assist and serve with them. We further invoke your blessings upon those who appear here today as citizens and constituents, where I stand and present, to address this court for redress, correction, advice, suggestions, recommendations, laws favored and disfavored, and all other matters upon their hearts and minds that they may express. Lord, we further pray that these requests and petitions be met with kindness, respect, and understanding, as well as the rational consideration and prudent judgment we have come to expect from this court as characteristic of these proceedings. Lord, we pray also for our state and national governments that are beset from without and within with various issues, problems, challenges for the times in which we live. We remember especially our men and women wearing the uniform of our country standing in harm's way, and we pray for their protection and return to us. As we commemorate the 245 years of our nation's history, we are mindful of our goals and ideals of liberty, self-government, justice, and free people living in a free land. We praise these things in the name of God the Father, the creator of all things, Christ our blessed Redeemer, the Holy Spirit who lives within all who believe, and the faiths and beliefs of all people everywhere of goodwill who believe and follow these values and lofty ideals. We pray that wrongs be righted, that fair justice prevails, that we live up to our cherished beliefs and seek your will as we move forward as a nation. Lord, accordingly, we lift these prayers up to you as we invoke your blessings and pray that how we govern and how we live be well-pleasing in your sight. Be forever, Lord. May it ever, forever be so. Amen.
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 Amen. All right.
Thank you.
Please be seated.
Judge, before we get started, I just want to make an announcement. Somebody dropped a sum of money in the courtroom, and if you can tell me how much it is and let me know and come tap me on my shoulder. I will let you. So check your pockets, folks, during court and let me know.
$62.
It's not $62.
Let's go. $54.
Mr. Heichel is ahead of you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right. And I've got the first two resolutions. The resolution honoring our Dallas County Olympians is being pulled until after the Olympics. And the next resolution will recognize our local up-and-coming NBA legend Luka Dončić. And I don't know if we've got a Maverick person in the house or on the, whatchamacallit, or not. Because she didn't put that in the script and she's on an airplane. So
Yes, I'm here.
She's on
She's on.
the. Oh, is that you, Cent? What's up, Cent? All right,
Yes, I
let's
am
do it.
here.
There she is.
All right, so it reads as follows. Whereas the Dallas Mavericks organization was established in 1980, bringing the first NBA franchise to Dallas County, and on June 21st, 2018, the Mavericks traded for a 19-year-old Luka Dončić from, Cent, help me out. How do I say his hometown?
Well, he's from Slovenia, so just say that.
That's what I said. He quickly
Okay.
became one of the most recognized and elite players in the game and has brought fans together from across the globe. And whereas much like fellow European Dirk Nowitzki landed in our great city 20 years prior, Dončić has quickly become an adored and adopted North Texan, and he's on track to be alongside Nowitzki in the record books. Whereas today we honor the Slovenians' ability to unite a community, leading the Mavericks to a Southwest Division title and the team's second straight playoff appearance in 2021. And whereas today we recognize his other accomplishments in the NBA, after the 22-year-old was named to the All-NBA first team for the second straight year in 2021, becoming the youngest player in league history to earn multiple All-NBA first team selections. The 2018-2019 NBA Rookie of the Year also started his second consecutive All-Star game in 2021, becoming the sixth player in league history to start multiple All-Star games before their 23rd birthday. And whereas Dončić already is the franchise all-time leader in triple-doubles with 36, holds career averages of 25.7 points, 8.4 rebounds, and 7.7 assists in 199 regular season games. In the playoffs, his averages have increased to 33.5 points, 8.8 rebounds, and 9.5 assists in 13 games, and he's now surpassed Michael Jordan, 33.4 points per game, for the highest career scoring average in postseason history with a minimum of 10 games played. And whereas Dončić carries an important role in the community, we thank him for joining owner Mark Cuban and other members in donating $1.25 million in February when the winter storm wiped out the county. Luka also joined the Mavs in donating $500,000 in funds to support child care for healthcare workers on the front lines of COVID-19. Luka also donated Jordan shoes to frontline healthcare workers back in March. And whereas today here in Dallas County, we celebrate Luka Dončić's contribution to the game and county, both on and off the court. This year, he once again finished second in total jersey sales, second only to LeBron James. Now, anywhere you go in the world, you will see people wearing Dallas across their chest. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby congratulate and honor Luka Dončić as an ambassador to the game of basketball, and we are thrilled and proud to have him serve as a representative to fine folks of Dallas County. Today, we congratulate him on his accomplishments and look forward to more exciting years to come. And be it further resolved that we hereby proclaim July 6, 2021 as Luka Dončić Day, and encourage all Mav fans for life, that's hashtag MFFLS, to show their pride and appreciation for number 77 and for all he has done for our community and for the Dallas Mavericks. And I so move.
And I second.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
Well,
carries.
I'm going to abstain. I'm going to abstain, and here's why. He's done a lot with his career, but he gets paid a lot to do that with his career. And I know that he's given a fair bit, but, from everyone who's been given much, much is demanded, right? He has a long way to go in this community, and I think there's other players on that team who have shown a longer commitment to charitable giving and giving to the community. So while he's on this way, when we do a resolution, I feel is that we need to be lifting up people who are not lifted up by ESPN, by, so many sources so often, right? Like the hometown heroes. And he has definitely come in and has started to do great things. But with all his athletic talent and all his financial ability, I want to see more from him before we go and lift him up civically, because there's people who are living in poverty that are handing out sandwiches to folks. And he's not there yet. He's not there at that moral equivalence. So I'm just going to abstain.
All right. So that motion carries with one abstention. Dissent?
Thank you so much. And so I just, on behalf of Luka and the Dallas Mavericks, thank you so much for recognizing him and recognizing what he is doing. And to the gentleman's point, what more is even expected and required of him. We appreciate him here in Dallas and appreciate how he's representing us around the world. So I just want to thank all of you, and I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you for what you do every day, for our citizens, what you do for us every day to keep us healthy and safe and prosperous. So you appreciate the Dallas Mavericks, but we also appreciate you. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for all y'all done this year. All right, our next resolution is from Commissioner Garcia, and we have quite a few people in the audience.
Yes, and Judge, I have the honor to recognize a person that is not only a good friend, but a great leader in the community, and of course, taking the Democratic Party to a new level. So I am going to ask Ms. Carol Donovan, friends, family, Oak Cliff Lions Club, so I won't be fined next Wednesday, and all the group that is with her to come forward. I know that you are a lot of, you are all together to honor someone that we love for many, many years. So with that, of course, and the resolution reads as follows. Whereas Dallas County takes a special notice when a citizen has contributed valuable time, knowledge, and experience to his community and residents. And whereas Ms. Carol Crabtree Donovan is a native of Dallas. Yay. She attended Bryan Ames High School. In 1977, she obtained a Bachelor's of Science in bilingual education from the University of Texas in Austin. In 1980, she obtained her Doctor of Jurisprudence from the Texas Tech School of Law. After earning her law degree, Ms. Donovan served as a briefing attorney for U.S. District Judge Robert M. Parker. And whereas, while at UT Austin, she was elected as the first woman student body president, where she successfully lobbied for compliance with Title IX. During college, she worked in Austin, Texas, and Washington, D.C. Offices of U.S. Congressman Jake Pickle. And whereas Ms. Donovan has practiced law in Dallas for over 30 years and has served as a mediator for the county, state, and federal courts in Dallas for over 20 years. She's a public speaker, speaking most often in North Texas area on conflict resolution, human rights, civility, and of course, politics. Her volunteer activities reflect her interest in human rights and international matters, whereas she's the former executive director of Peacemakers Incorporated, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization focused on conflict resolution. For 2 years, she serves as president of Peacemakers and chairwoman of its third International Women's Peace Conference in 2007 that included 1,400 delegates from 45 countries, including 3 Nobel Peace Laureates. She was the founding director of the Castleberry Peace Institute, now owned and operated by the University of North Texas. And if this is not enough, whereas from 2007 to 2013, Ms. Donovan served as a legislative reporter for the Women's Issues Network, reporting monthly on legislation and court cases that affected women. Additionally, she reinstated the Dallas Women's Coalition and founded the Susan B. Anthony Award Luncheon, now sponsored by the League of Women Voters of Dallas. And whereas Ms. Donovan is particularly proud of her service as an assistant Girl Scout leader for her daughter troop, the largest group in Dallas history to earn the Girl Scout Gold Award. In 2004, she received a District Service Award for her service as a badge counselor for Boy Scouts Troop 42, assisting scouts, including her son, who earned their Eagle Scout badges, and whereas additional honors and awards include Martindale Hubble Legal Directory, Dallas, Regional Chamber of Commerce, Leadership 2013, League of Women Voters of Dallas, Virginia McDonald Leadership Award 2013, Texas Lawyer, Top-Rated Lawyer, Listing 2012, Southwest Jewish Congress, Inspiring Women of the Southwest Award 2012, Dallas Peace Center, Peacemaker of the Year Award 2009, the Women's Museum of the Smithsonian Affiliate Leadership of America 2009, the Women's Museum, Women Helping Women Mora Award 2007, Boy Scouts of America District Service Award 2004, Foundation for Women Resources Leadership of Texas 2002, Who is Who of American Executives, and 2002 Toastmasters International's Area's Humorous Speech Competition. And of course, that was the first place in 2000. And the list is long, long, so we just cut it in 2000. You know, where Ms. Donovan currently serves as first vice president of the Oak Cliff Lions Club and as the chair of the Dallas County Democratic Party since 2015. And whereas during her tenure as chair of the Dallas County Democratic Party, Ms. Donovan administered 3 successful Democratic primaries in 2016, 2018, and 2020. Democrats won every county-wide race under her leadership. Additionally, Ms. Donovan worked hard to elect leaders that listed to and fought for Dallas County, for which we join her today in appreciation for her outstanding service. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court, I'm not finished yet, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognizes and appreciates Ms. Carol Capri Donovan for her leadership and astounding service to the residents of Dallas County and extend their best wishes and continued success in her career, and I so move.
I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. May I say something to the commission? Oh, well, thank you. Oh, my goodness. I just want to thank the commission. I so appreciate this recognition, and I so appreciate my county commissioner not abstaining at the end of the resolution. I know that, I don't know about you all, but at the end of the reading of the resolution, I feel tired. I'm going to go home and go to bed. But I really think I would be remiss in not recognizing this brave group of commissioners that have stepped out, put their neck out, and been willing to do what they needed to do to increase voter turnout. And indeed, the record shows that voter turnout has increased significantly. I do not dismiss the efforts of volunteers, but I do think that we have to recognize that this commission's willingness to increase hours, increase the number of voting sites, to go to college campuses. That was a novel idea. When I first became chair, this commission agreed to place voting sites at college campuses. And of course, probably the biggest move of all was the creation of voting centers where we can vote anywhere in the county. Thank you so much. I am friends with and have known Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Daniel for such a long time, long before I ever had the pleasure of meeting some of the rest of you. I so respect County Judge Jenkins and Commissioner Price and my Commissioner Koch. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I do want to especially recognize only my family members, because I am so grateful to my friends who have shown up today. I want to recognize my husband, Dan Donovan. Without his hard work, I would not be able to take a monetary challenge job like the DCDP chair. And I also want to thank my daughter, Kathleen Donovan-Coffin. She gave us the best gift in the world, 2 almost perfect granddaughters. So thank you all so much.
Carol, I want to take this opportunity to say that, and you've gotten some real interesting correspondence from me in the past, challenging. But I want to take the opportunity to thank you for being courageous. Sometimes we trip over ourselves with our own success. And that's what concerns me now about the party and where we're going. I've been around here, and the only one when I've watched that pendulum swing. In 2000, long before 2008, which everyone talks about as the great turnout year, except for last year when we almost did 1 million individuals. 2008 was the year. And then we saw what happened in 2012. And Dallas County second with about 1,400,000 people out of 1,800,000 who are eligible to vote that are registered. But I watched you take individuals in this community who you knew had the ability, but were not beloved by all. And you made the decision, and you stayed with the decision. And, my bishop talked a little bit Sunday about this whole thing of envy. And sometimes you can be so successful that people envy you. And I think the party has been very successful and has been envious of a lot of people. But you have collaborated with the kind of individuals that has put us across the goal line. And I just want to say thank you, because I know that hasn't always been an easy position, and it has not come without a lot of route and commentary. So thank you for your courage. My colleagues have heard me say this all the time, and I'll conclude. Maya Angelou said, there are many virtues in the world, but if you don't practice the virtue of courage, none of the rest of them matter. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Judge Jenkins, could I have the honor of a photo with you all?
Let's do it.
Let's do
And
it.
I'm tweeting about you right now. It's all positive.
I just wanted to say thank you. A long time, actually, you're right, before the Dallas County Democratic Party, decided to have you as its chair. Because I do remember the International Peace Conference and what that was on herding cats. So that was very good practice for what was to come later. But I would have to agree most certainly that courage, but it's also, before you could have the courage, it's having a little bit of insight and wisdom to know which way to go. So I definitely appreciate all that you've done. And do know, too, that you are not done yet. Thank you.
If the group wants to come as well. One with Carol and then the group. Is that okay? Yeah. I could see my sister's eyes telling me one with Carol first.
I can read lips.
Oh, here he is. Would like to recognize the good former state representative, Harriet Earhart.
Good morning.
Okay, now, everybody else?
Right, right. And Justice Mulberg,
Justice?
as he's
Yes, the honorable
comes up
Ken.
here. And all the precinct chairs who are here.
Yes.
How are you, sweetie? It's so good to see you. Your first name? Elise, pleasure to meet you. Welcome.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Just to make sure. Oh, what a good group. Good work.
And Miss Susie, yes, you snuck in.
Miss Daphne will send them to you.
I didn't realize all those names were. We walked in and sat on the second row.
Oh, well, that's good.
Commissioner Hall?
Hey, good to see
Harriet, I'm sorry I couldn't see you, my friend. Without glasses, I don't look as well as I used to.
How are you, Miss Elise?
Elise, nice to meet you.
Good to see you. I brought
Anytime, and the letters and everything.
You're my commissioner too, and I also thank you for that.
Christy. Miss Guido called me this morning. We'll get together. I will. Thank you. Miss Guido called me this morning. So we'll look it up. How are you?
Thank you for doing it.
Hey, Mr. Green, you're doing okay?
Great.
Good to see you too.
Commissioner, thanks for that nice tribute. Appreciate it.
well deserved.
Let's do it.
Oh, you want
Justice?
like training off event?
And you're good. Fun folks.
No, I'm just telling you.
Well,
You want to go ahead?
yeah. Well, Judge,
We got a speaker on.
oh, no, okay. I was going to say one thing.
I believe we have a speaker on Ms. Donovan's resolution as well. And
But
so,
while we're getting the speaker, I was very happy to not abstain in this one because, Ms. Donovan, you absolutely have served your community well. Did a great job working with Rodney most recently to work on some homeless issues, so thank you so much for that. And I'm certainly thankful for the opportunity that every time you look at the picture, your commissioner, your Republican commissioner, had his GOP tie on, so there's a little Easter egg for whenever, and I'm sure you'll look at it every day with the beautiful people in the crowd. But thank you very much for your work with Rodney and for the community.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. My commissioner. Dr. ELBA, can I have a copy of the resolution?
Of course, you will
Well,
have
we're
it.
gonna sign it all and send you a copy. How many you want?
It probably will take
You know, you
1 or
don't
2
always
days.
get a resolution, you know, so you gotta enjoy it.
We're gonna try to make it in one because it's too long,
You just
so
cut
you
parts
can
of
see it. No,
Okay.
we'll deliver it to you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So will the bailiff please read the rules of decorum for our public speaker? Hers?
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all applause is to be kept in brief observance of time constraint. Disruptive visitors and registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and the maximum discussion on any one topic is limited to 30 minutes.
All right. And our speaker is Tim Sexton. Hey, Tim, come on down.
No cuss words.
Okay. Morning, everyone. So much has been said about Carol Donovan already. I'm going to make a couple of remarks, brief, about being a person being affected by Carol's leadership. We served together as precinct chairs at Dallas County, and my next experience to serve, or opportunity to serve with Carol, was as when she was president of the Lake Highlands White Rock Democratic Club, and I was vice president. That was for a whole year. Great experience. So I just wanted to say thank you, Carol, for sharing all of your talents and your leadership with me and with the community in such an unselfish way. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next resolution is from Commissioner Daniel.
Thank you very much. This definitely will show that a county commissioner's job is varied, because I would like to, at this time, address a healthcare issue. Whereas Dallas County has an interest in fostering the health and well-being of its citizens and engaging in a conscientious commitment to advancing women's health. And whereas uterine fibroids are the most common benign tumors in the uterus and the most prevalent medical condition affecting women. An estimated 30% of women develop a uterine fibroid by 35 years of age, and 80% of women develop a uterine fibroid by 50 years of age. And whereas the overall incidence of uterine fibroids is estimated to disproportionately and more severely impact Black and Hispanic women at a rate that is 3 times greater in Black women and 2 times greater in Hispanic women compared to Caucasian women. The differences in the incidence rates and the magnitude of the condition of uterine fibroids could be impacted by differences in access and use of healthcare services. And whereas uterine fibroids may cause significant symptoms, including pelvic pain, abnormal uterine bleeding, urinary frequency, back pain, reproductive dysfunction, miscarriage, early labor, and infertility. The pain, discomfort, stress, and other physical and emotional symptoms of living with uterine fibroids may significantly interfere with a woman's quality of life, compromise her ability to function normally, work, or care for her family, and lead to more severe health and wellness issues. And whereas uterine fibroids are the single most common indicator of hysterectomy, with over $3.6 billion spent annually on a medical expensive hysterectomy procedures, and with 238 million to 7 $1.76 billion spent annually on obstetric outcomes attributed to fibroids in the United States. And whereas Dallas County encourages awareness and education about uterine fibroids to increase knowledge and improve methods of prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. The establishment of a public education campaign, including regular checkups, health seminars, medical information panels, community programs, and funding opportunities would empower and inform residents of Dallas County about uterine fibroids and would encourage earlier diagnosis, better treatment options, more research, and eventually a cure for uterine fibroids. And whereas observation of uterine fibroids awareness month in the month of July can assist in the aforementioned efforts, support, and encourage women to engage in healthy dialogue and promote a well-informed community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court, along with many communities throughout the country, does hereby proclaim the month of July as Uterine Fibroids Awareness Month in Dallas County, and I so move.
And I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I think we have one
We
speaker.
do. We have a speaker on that. And that speaker is Dr. Suzanne Sloan.
Here she is. Welcome.
You're muted, doctor.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here, and thank you so much for the work that you do, and especially for recognizing Uterine Fibroid Awareness Month in Dallas County. It's so important to our residents and our citizens. It's time for women to really take control of their bodies and their health care, and this is an important step since you are so, and I appreciate your efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for all your efforts also.
We appreciate your work.
Thank you.
And this takes us, I believe that's our only speaker on that. So this takes us to our presentations. First one is from Health and Human Services.
Morning.
Yeah, no, it's a person. It's no
Do you want to
It's just like a
go ahead and advance?
Parks and Trails.
It's not working. Yeah.
Throw this out.
Good morning. Just as updates, we do still remain in the yellow proceed carefully category regarding COVID-19 disease transmission in our community. I'll go through some of the latest charts and trends and then talk a little bit more about that. For available ICU beds, we've got about, well, last report 43, still sort of plateaued at a fairly lower level of availability, and then certainly saw early in the pandemic. Suspected and confirmed emergency department visits in the prior 24 hours. Again, it's plateaued a little, and you can see in the last week some slight increases.
Is that due to the deviant?
I'm sorry?
Is that due to the deviant, the Delta deviant primarily? What has been the difference in the beds with regards to the slight increase?
So, I was going to talk a little bit about that. We have been, we've identified 9 cases of the Delta variant with the recommendations from CDC regarding masking. That's for persons who are fully vaccinated, but we still have a significant percentage of persons that are not vaccinated. And so that remains a concern. Those relaxed guidance are not for people who are not fully vaccinated. Again, I was going to go through some of the hospital numbers over the weekend. This is, I think, confirmed admissions in the last 24 hours. Again, you can see in the last week or so, slight increases, but hospital occupancy, then we start to, over the weekend, it was noted that the number increased to 415 patients in our TSAE region. By comparison, on June 4th, it was 264. So again, over the weekend, got to 415. The ICU census over the weekend was about 10.2% of total ICU bed occupancy, and that's the highest percent that we've seen since May 17th. So it's, the numbers are still relatively low, but it is concerning, some of these latest trends and numbers, and we're certainly watching that very closely in light of the presence of the variants and the fact that we still have a significant number of persons that are not fully vaccinated. And this is the mortality numbers. Those deaths for the latest numbers have stayed low. I think a lot of that also reflects largely we have made significant impacts on the vaccination rates in the older population that are the most vulnerable to the mortality. Here are some of the state numbers off the state website. Overall, you can see statewide there have been over 25 million doses administered, about almost 14 million persons vaccinated. The percentage of persons 12 and older in Dallas County that have received at least 1 dose are now at 58%. This shows, again, more detailed breakdown of Dallas County doses administered in Dallas County, over 2.27 million doses administered. You can see the different the numbers over time, and this trend, that graph at the bottom left, shows how there has been a decrease in the number of persons vaccinated each week, and so that's of concern. A lot of how we do over the subsequent weeks and months depends on how we continue to perform in terms of getting these remaining persons vaccinated. This is the more detailed breakdown again of Dallas County. We have 1.27 million who've received at least 1 dose, 1.085 million that are fully vaccinated in Dallas County. So again, making progress, but still a ways to go. The Fair Park vaccination site, we now have administered, as of after last Saturday, 496,870 doses, very close to the 500,000 mark that we would like to celebrate, but still a little ways. These last thousands are proceeding for being more difficult to get those last couple thousand. And at this point, we are planning on no longer closing down the Fair Park site July 17th to prepare for the fair, although we're seeing if we can offer some shots there after that. I think our plans are to break down the current mass vaccination setup July 17th. This is more detailed breakdown on those that have been vaccinated at Fair Park in particular. Again, you can see the evolution in terms of the demographics of who's been vaccinated. This is from the start of when we were reporting electronically through Luminaire. For the overall period, about 44% Hispanic, 30% white, and about 15% African American. But the last few weeks then, you can see we've actually had 72% Hispanic, 12% African American, and 9% white. So again, with the targets that we've been trying to reach at Fair Park, we are getting continue to get some of the demographic groups that we've been from the start trying to target. I do want to note that on our main website, starting today, there should be a new chart that will show the vaccinations by zip code, that you can actually get more detailed breakdown on the number of vaccinations in each zip code, as well as, PCCI has been doing just some calculations on projected, you can call it the herd immunity, which looks at the number of persons that have been received at least one dose in each area, along with what our projected number of persons who've actually received natural infection in each of those areas. So you can actually get that broken down in more granular detail by the different areas in Dallas County. So that should be going up today. It's sort of been on a test site, and this morning it wasn't yet on. But
let's stop at that, Dr. Wong. I mean, in prior courts, Commissioner Price and I had suggested that we change that top level risk level. I think we're at a point, even the Dallas Morning News indicated it's time for that to go away. So at least for my part, and I'll allow Commissioner Price to speak for himself, I want that gone. I want a new risk indicator that speaks more to what we're trying to accomplish. And clearly you've already gone down that road by displaying the amount of vaccination in places, right? We're saying essentially this is what's important at this stage in the crisis, is to get vaccinated. So in order to kind of have a good two-step piece of information, I think we need something that gives kind of the general risk level, how many folks are getting the virus, and if we're looking at 500 being the part where, okay, this is a more elevated risk level, and then 1,000, whatever that breakdown is, I'll leave that up to the experts. But I think that the goal needs to be of that risk level to encourage people to get vaccinated, because that's basically what we're talking about. So underlying that risk categorization, I think the numbers on vaccinations also need to include those that died, were they vaccinated or unvaccinated? Those that are getting sick, were they vaccinated or unvaccinated? To the extent that we can do that. Now, that's going to be, that data could be harder to come by, I understand. And then also adverse reactions, because unfortunately, those voices that are shouting, saying, listen, bad things happen when you take this vaccine, they can point to the one adverse event. They can, embellish it with just embellish the anecdote and get people caught up on it. When you look at the numbers, and they're staggering. Hundreds of thousands, millions of people have gotten this vaccine, and we're talking about very, very, very few incidences where there is potentially an adverse reaction, but when you vaccinate millions of people, they were already on their way to a heart attack after years and years and years of bad eating. So there's going to be some of that. But at least from what I understand from the data that's preliminarily come out, the adverse reactions compared to the amount of people that have been vaccinated is vanishingly small. And if we're going to get to a place where we have most of the people vaccinated, or at least as many people that we need to, 70% or 80%, I think we need to optimize our outreach for that thing exactly. Showing people that, hey, listen, in your own community, the vaccine is safe. If you are vaccinated, your risk level is naturally lower than everyone else's because of what's going on. That's the only way we're going to get out of this thing. So please, please change the top line and connect it to a bottom line that clearly explains the vaccination risk and its efficaciousness.
Sure. And again, and take a look at the new site and welcome any further comments on presentation of that. As you mentioned, this talks about we are doing all our efforts on community outreach. We have the teams that are out there. We've been doing block walking. We've been working with any community organizations that want to have a pop-up site. We have more resources for again accommodating those. Some of the sites actually initially expressed interest, but then pulled back. So some of them on our list that have changed just because the community partners, some of them maybe have decided not to do it. But we are very open to any additional sites that any of you recommend. Again, there are more resources now available to do different sized events. And so, again, we're trying to get also the messaging out to the various communities to address the areas that have been identified, people's concern. We're trying to get more of the education out to the communities. So these are...
Doctor, each time, and I've become somewhat just frustrated because we do keep saying the same thing. And he just asked you, are you telling us out on the new site that there's a different barometer of where we are as a community? Number one. Number two, I've gone through all of this that I asked the last time from the individuals to whom we gave the contract to talk about messaging. And I've gone through them. The televisions, the radios, I've seen all of it. I've seen the spend. I'm still not comfortable that we're making the kind of penetration in the areas that should be most targeted. And while I've seen the buy, I have not seen the commercials. And again, maybe I didn't ask for the commercials, but I've seen the buy, and I think we all have. But I'm not comfortable that we are doing anything other than what we traditionally have done.
And we've been now working with the new media agency that's on contract, so we're working with them with getting out additional messaging and reaching into the community.
When did you begin that? Because I just got this, and I'm sure we all did, but I just got this in the...
Right, that was from the media buys with Belmont Ice House, and so again, we are now working with the new media agencies that's on contract to further disseminate the messages. And again, we welcome if there's any other community partners that you'd like us to have some...
Because again, I just got through going through your litany of what I talked to you about community partners on another event. So I don't want to deal with that right now. I want to know, when did we begin this engagement with this new firm? That's number one. And then number two, I want to know what the plan looks like, okay? In terms of getting the information out there. Are they just going to buy time as the others did? Is there something different going on? We don't get that kind of information. And then when we get the update, I mean, I was here all day yesterday. I got the dadgum update, late. I recognize that you're inundated with this project, but it would seem to me from your executive force that you did have some other people out there helping to try to get this information that this court is going to request.
Yeah, no, I provided the preliminary report Friday, and then actually over the holiday weekend, we did not do any reports. So I tried to provide then the most updated information last night, but there wasn't a lot of updates from Friday because it was the holiday weekend, and so we actually have now got a new schedule for processing some of the numbers and that. Now, I can get you the specific date we've started the interaction with the new media agency. I know that, it was still getting them officially on board, and but we've actually talked to them about multiple communication projects, but there has been that communication with them to take sort of take the baton and move forward with that additional messaging. So
I want to see their plan. Just like I asked Belmont Ice House, I want to see their plan.
And Dr. Juan, first of all, thank you so much for all your work. We really appreciate all the effort and your team and, your leadership with Judge Jenkins about, COVID-19 vaccination. Just following up about some of the comments my colleagues have done. I just want to know, first of all, what's the average right now of people vaccinated in all our vaccination clinics? I have here pretty much all the events that we had, and it's amazing. I mean, we really have been going to the community. However, I don't know what's the average. Are we vaccinating 600? Are we vaccinated 200? Are we vaccinated less than that? So I would like to have those numbers. I see overall we need to do more in the African American community. I think we've done well in the Latino community. I would like to see a final report of the Ice House marketing initiative. Like Commissioner Price said, and I totally agree, I saw a lot of media, and I know that this effort had to be social media to pretty much get to the younger generation and be more, do a better penetration. But I want to know, in their final report, Ice House says, we did this, we're very proud about this. What was the big points in their media campaign? So I can see, not being a marketing myself, you know, what the new marketing firm can do, what is their plan. Hopefully they can pick up on the things that work in our previous marketing campaign, or who knows, I mean, get some new initiatives to go ahead and continue our vaccination, you know, campaigns. Sure. Another thing that I would like to know, Dr. Juan, that is not here, is what are the future events after Fair Park closes? How much is Dallas County Health and Human Services is going to continue, especially if we lower, you know, our risk level COVID color markers? I think that, and I don't disagree with what Commissioner Koch said about the risk level. However, I think proceed carefully continues to be a good place to be, seeing some of the Delta variances coming out into the picture. But with that being said, I would like to see where do we go from here? I mean, we've been seeing these reports. I think they have been very beneficial for us to speak to the community, for us to follow up with groups. I know that all of us are invited for different group participations where we have to talk about COVID. So from here, where do we go after Fair Park closes? And what's our strategy from here on?
And when you look at all of this, you got less spend on African American media than on other media. I'm just following what ICE House, I'm tracking what ICE House did. You got less spend.
So we can certainly get that final report
well, that's what I asked
from
for
them.
the last time, and I asked for all of this, and my staff, we went through it all. We highlighted, and all I'm telling you is that when he talks about those numbers, you got less penetration.
I think when Sophia takes over.
Well,
you know,
but I want to see their marketing plan, and I want to see what the utilization.
And I will say, in terms of the numbers at each of the sites, you know, the numbers reported by everyone has been going down. That's one of the reasons where, you know, the Fair Park has continued. Like last Saturday, we had, I think, 817 shots, which is still one of the highest of any sites across Dallas County. That we can still get those numbers. I know the numbers I hear from Ellis Davis, other Dallas, City of Dallas, they've actually sort of phased out a lot of their pop-up sites because just sometimes very low turnout. You know, we did have more incentives. I think this past Saturday we had free Six Flags tickets, and I think those are going to continue, and there are other incentives that are being discussed. You know, we are hearing, but the other thing is the pharmacies, the grocery stores are now having that availability, and so I think they are picking up a lot more of the, you know, availability for people. So to supplement whatever pop-up events we're doing, you know, they're throughout the community, and those are getting a lot of those, but still, you know, probably the mass numbers are not large, but collectively, you know, and we are, you know, our attitude is at this point, every shot in an arm is a good thing, and we're trying to get, you know, take advantage of any that we can get. But Fair Park has actually still been probably the largest single site where we're getting, you know, hundreds of numbers.
Dr. Wong, along with some of that, you know, we need to get better with the media piece. Have you coordinated, or do you anticipate coordinating with our media partners in any A/B testing? Just doing some doing setup experiments where, you know, you target a geographic area for a certain a couple pop-ups, and then, have your control group somewhere else. You have your pop-ups there, and, your media buy is just in this geography. You don't have a media buy in this geography, and see, test out what's effective. Because I know that, we're blind in so many aspects of this, and I know that other parts around the country really have a culture of A/B testing. We don't, and I think that's going to be critical, because we're going to be doing shots for at least a year out, right? I mean, we're still going to be doing vaccines and boosters for a long time, so we need to get good at this regarding what happens when you've gotten kind of the fat middle and you're dealing with the tail now, right? You're dealing with a long tail of people who are resistant. How do we best approach those folks? Where where are their pain points? Where are they? How do we get them? So,
I will say one of the things is lessons learned. I mean, when it is in partnership with the community partner, and that community partner really does a lot of work on the ground with their own membership or community to engage them, that partnership has been more successful at getting more numbers, certainly, than just popping into a place and saying, this is a good place.
I appreciate a lot of times you're going to have to feed off the anecdotal, but we need the data, right? We need to know if the community partner is a 5% bump, but for some reason causes XYZ regarding a hassle, and it's a 15% cost overrun on over, well, then, net, what does that give us? But if advertising, X dollars over a certain threshold gives me a 10% bump, well, I got to look more closely at that, at least optimizing for being good at advertising rather than optimizing for being good at finding community partners, depending on where I get the bump, right? So, take all the advantages you can, but we don't have, it doesn't have to be the hardest of hard data, but just, good ideas of what trends help us most in getting this done, because we have a long fight ahead of us. It ain't going to be over for a while. We still have a lot of folks to vaccinate. How do we be really, really good at that? We need to be expert at cracking the toughest nuts, right? The pharmacies will catch people that have already made the decision. We're selling it. We're the salesman in this regard, and we got to be good at it. We got to take sales techniques.
It's called the plan. It's still called the plan.
Yeah.
And I would say, what we're finding is that it's taking multiple channels, there's not one single answer. And again, if we can, use multiple strategies, because something that will be compelling to one audience isn't to another. And so, we're trying to do these multiple strategies, and we are at the point that every, shot we can get in moves us further.
When we began to query what was going on with our nursing home, convalescent homes, et cetera, with these farmers. Now in my community, I see the farmers, but I don't know anything about the numbers. I mean, you say they're convenient. It operates differently in various communities. And so I don't have any data to be able to talk about, and I don't want to call the names like Walgreens, but hell, I want to know exactly, how we are communicating with them so that we're targeting in there. I mean, it ought to be some kind of collaboration here. And I'm not, that's the information other than when we began, you start talking about they were, the state had engaged them to go into the nursing home. Okay, that's fine. Now what are they doing? And are we collaborating in a way that we can target and deal with them? I'm looking for a plan. And as I guess Commissioner anecdotally just doesn't get it for me. The fact that, the pharmaceutical companies they're doing more now, and that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Well, and I think part of the problem too that I have sitting here is that, I understand that, throwing everything on the wall, right, when you're in a crisis, sometimes is a solution. And particularly when we're dealing with, CARES Act dollars and so forth, we're probably not the greatest stewards in this regard when we're just kind of throwing everything up on the wall. But you're dealing with a crisis, you're trying different strategies all at once. The problem with, where we are now is that the money's going to run out, and we don't know what strategies are the strongest. We don't clearly know what strategies are the strongest because they've all been going in tandem, they haven't been measured, and we haven't tried to tease out what's working best with different type of communities. Without that knowledge, in the coming months, we're really at a disadvantage. We can gain that knowledge now, and it is going to take an extra layer, an extra step to go over it, but that is going to pay huge dividends as we come down the road. And perhaps, if we are in a place where we're dealing with a second wave of this next year, and it's entirely different, and we're having to get back on board with vaccines, we're going to be, with an entirely new vaccine, perhaps, like not just a booster, but something that is very different. We will be kicking ourselves. We'll absolutely hate ourselves for the fact that we didn't become expert at those hard-to-reach communities toward the tail end of the vaccination effort. You're absolutely going to have the self-selectors, a huge amount of people that are going to rush in. I want the vaccine as quickly as I can. I'm so worried, all that. And then there's that group of people that are just not interested, will never be interested, or can be convinced, but it takes a lot of hard work, right? I need to figure out what that code is, to whatever extent we can before next year, before 2 years. Because if we don't have that institutional knowledge, we have absolutely failed the public.
That was supposed to be, and again, Charles, I'm back to that contact tracing and that $12 million that we've spent. So, hopefully, based on what you're saying, we're able to take, I appreciate PCCI, but we ought to have, health department ought to be the driving databases. Parkland is an auxiliary. I appreciate that. Health departments are supposed to be driving this. And we've got contact tracing, and of course, how I feel about contact tracing. We need to begin to look futuristically at how we're going to use that with everything from boosters, as you say, to a second wave. I know the Deltas are here. We keep talking about Delta. That's that second wave we know is coming. Okay?
Sure. 10
times more contagious. We know it's here, but we don't have any real data. That's what I just asked you.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what we are, I totally agree with you, and that's what we're working on, building some of those systems so that we are able to collect that information proactively. We're looking at building some more of our capacity for doing some of the sequencing to identify some of the variants, increase that testing. We're working on our data system, so we have more of that granularity. I think that the new website with the sort of zip code level information that you can see in a real time, or actually that one's going to be updated, I think, weekly, but getting more visibility on all of this data at a granular level, that's exactly the data systems we're working on. We're working with IT with the Power BI visualization for all of this information. We're working on getting that information so we can ingest the lab data and the hospital data and all this information more quickly, more accurately, with less manual data entry. So absolutely, we are trying to use this opportunity to build that system so we have that information and can, because that's both for planning as well as for that evaluation of the impact. And so we will, building those systems will allow us to be able to see more granular the impact of some of these interventions that we're doing.
Ms. Kraft, who on your staff is part of this design team? I know we throw things up. I want to know who's responsible on the design team on your staff in regard to this new website. When can we expect this? See this new redesign? And I'm familiar with BI because we use it in the jail there. So who?
Good morning, Commissioner. So that's going to be Kim Ingram's team along with Kim Ingram. Okay. So he's working on the Microsoft BI project. We also have Lakeisha, who's our project manager. We also have a new person coming on board that would come in to kind of assist Dr. Juan as well, too.
I guess, Dr. Juan, just to close from my perspective, this briefing has been, the format has done its job. We need to see from here on a plan that includes where we started, Dr. Juan, marketing, numbers, events, what worked, what didn't, and more importantly, how can we dissect and analyze more data? Is it possible or not? Hey, just tell us. I know that it's hard to go into the private sectors, private pharmacies to look at all the data, and then I don't even want to go about the state website, which is a mess. Did I say that? Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Just want to be sure that we present something more present time that what we have been seeing for the last year.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Juan, as always. Next.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. And, I'll just,
At 11 already?
one reminder on this stuff is that color-coded chart is not for people who've been vaccinated, it's for people who haven't been vaccinated. And I too have questioned at times, well, what's the point if they don't want to get vaccinated? They're probably not paying attention to that. And then I've met people who are nervous about the vaccine but are paying attention to it. So they keep that up for that group of people.
But isn't that because the pandemic, obviously right now the focus has been on the vaccination part of it, but there's also the community education piece. And it's just, what is this? What does it mean for us as residents, as family members, as parents? And I think that so that the four-color chart it's more behavior. It's just, what do we do as a social being kind of a thing, as opposed to what is, where the focus is right now in the vaccination. Because when all of these, a year and a half ago, a year and 3 months ago, when all this was beginning, there were so many more questions than we had answers. And so it was an attempt to provide a little bit of guidance on how should adults behave with this new pandemic in our midst. So I appreciate what you're saying, that it doesn't seem like it's caught up where we are today with our knowledge base and with the existence of the vaccines, because now we've got other tools than controlling our own behavior by wearing a mask, by social distancing, by washing our hands, et cetera, et cetera. So I think, there are really, a couple of different things going on here. And maybe that's just our growth, our development too.
No, a year and a half ago, hell, everybody was in panic. I'm gonna die. And so hell, everybody was, it was a mad rush. And now it's like, okay, so that's what I'm saying. We've got to help manage that behavior in a total different kind of way. And the messaging. Yeah. And again, as late as yesterday, I got a young man that is speaking to someone who had COVID, who contracted from his nephew, but is still having breathing problems 8 months later. And so this guy, I had convinced this young man to take it, but he was telling me about the engagements he's having. It was just amazing. And I called the guy up on the phone. It was the place where we've been having the event. We've just got to change the messaging, and I appreciate saying that the court's going to get a chance to weigh in on the construction of whatever comes forward. All I'm saying is to put out to the new media, we need a plan that's concretized in a way that as I guess Commissioner, we're going to measure. We're going to measure penetration. And as I said, I went through that spend, and I'm like, really? You spend, you on KR&B, you spend $1,500. On 105.7, you spend $2,200. What?
It's got to be on their website. You can't buy nothing for $1,500 on the radio.
No.
But you still want to know what's the impact too.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I
look at the Times. I look at the Times. I look at what they're about. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm looking at the time the media buys were. I've done enough campaigning. Right. I buy enough commercials where I know what I'm buying. I didn't see Prime. I didn't see penetration. I don't know who did the commercial. I don't know anything other than the fact they spent money. And that's what I asked them the last time I was here. So they produced, still didn't tell me anything. Yep. But it told me enough to know that they are not fishing where the fish are. And so as I said, that's reading the next one, I want to see. I want to see a plan.
Well, Commissioner Price, you actually kind of just brought to mind another point that's really important. It's not just about this situation, right? Okay, so we have to get this right in the next couple months, and we do also have to get this right for next year if and when there's a second wave. But, with the mRNA technology, there is the possibility of an AIDS vaccine, right? There is a possibility of a number of vaccines for a number of infectious diseases that have plagued us forever, right? What will it take to get that vaccine out, currently in someone's imagination, to those communities of color, to those resistant communities, and how are we doing that? There's no excuse that we do not become expert in this with this next couple months, particularly because we have the federal CARES dollars. We must measure twice and cut once and be so good at this when the time comes, because we may be blessed with an AIDS vaccine. We may be blessed with those things. And if we're fumbling and bumbling, we totally, absolutely failed the community.
Hey, on our docket this morning, we got a $5 million buy on vaccines. I mean, I'm broken the vaccines down, but and of course it's a 5-year plan, but it's a $5 million buy. I just want to see a plan. And again, that's been one of my challenges, even with Dr. Wan, with the rest of the health department. Same thing I've said, as he brought up HIV. The court saw me. I generated point by point. They answered. I'm getting ready to deal with their response. But my point is plan. I just want to see a plan. I can follow the plan. I just need to see it.
That's all we got on vaccines for today. Commissioner Price, you had something on the.
I'm gonna, y'all gonna be out for the whole month of July, so I'm gonna let you, as the kids say, I'm gonna let you make it. Today, Parkland's coming up here in the next 40 minutes. I'll deal with them. I didn't see an appropriation line that they had to buy. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. But I'm gonna let y'all make it.
All right. So Parkland.
Good to see you Deltas up in here this morning.
Yeah.
And it ain't got nothing to do with the variant. It got everything to do with community. Thank you.
And Parkland's hearing is at 11.
At 11.
10:20.
Motion to suspend the rules?
Are they
We can't
ready?
do that for a hearing that's been posted on a budget.
Yeah, you got it.
So we're going to move past that.
Well, that's what I'm saying, motion to suspend so we can
Oh,
move past
yeah,
it and
sure.
start doing our consent.
Well,
Up to the second.
Yeah, but it's an 11 posting, so we're okay. But I mean, you can make the motion, I'll second, but it's the rest of the agenda, we go forward, because it's 11 o'clock posting.
So we can continue
Yeah, we
until
can
11.
Yeah, we can.
Continue without it, or I can.
Let's go ahead, because I don't see Parkland altogether.
Okay. Next up is the consent agenda.
So moved.
And I'll second.
Let me just say, with regards to A, employee number 53110, I'm not going to support it. It's a reclassification, but I'm not going to support it. Court will not have the advantage of knowing, so I'm putting it on the record. There was some engagement. This employee was back in 2016, and there was some engagement whereby there was some conduct with this employee in the sheriff's department. And did I see Chris up in here? I think this was even pre-Chris. Took a vehicle, sheriff's car, was not authorized, did some joyriding, was apprehended by another sheriff's vehicle because of the behavior, was not at a county designation. And I know Ms. Kraft did not know about this, because like I said, she's new. Some people in her department did know, and even in the sheriff's department. So for that reason, I'm letting you know, because that was never addressed I made sure I followed through. It was never addressed. So I'm not going to pull it. It's a classification for 53110 without calling the name. I do not support it.
And
I want a separate vote. I can just note that.
You can just note it that I'm a no on that. You know, it's the same thing when we appoint people. Well, there's no way for her to know.
I'm going to support the consent agenda. There was no new hires in the sheriff department this week. However, there's still a lot to say about, all the diversity that we hire in Dallas County when it comes to the Latino community. So I am going to support it because I know Human Resources is working to be sure that, like Commissioner Price said, we fish in the right ponds, so all our workforce look like Dallas County. With that being said, I will support it for this week after pulling it for the last year and a half.
Call the question.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, next we've got the bids. Is there a motion on the bids?
The bids, I will move the bid awards.
And I'll second, and I have a question.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Mr. Frosch, and I apologize, when we talked last week, I completely forgot to ask about this. I know that the interpretation bid is the lowest bidder, and it has some of the diversity, and it's a very well-known firm in Houston. My question is, have they worked here in Dallas County, or is this their first time? I remember that I forwarded you some emails with concerns about the interpreters that work here in Dallas County. Where did that go? I mean, can you elaborate a little bit just for the record?
Sure, Commissioner. The interpreters, we had a number of individual interpreters that sent emails to the court and to our offices during the procurement process. They had concerns about various structures of the bid. I think part of it was just misinformation on how we structured our bid. And we did make some changes to the actual bid that actually benefited Dallas County to ensure that as interpreters are coming in, the interpreter that is, if they're called in for 2 hours as an example, if they are there in a court and we need to move them to different courts because that court settles before that, in the first 30 minutes, we move them to different courts. That's how we do it. But we wanted to make sure that they're on the hook for 2 hours. Dallas County is that we're not going to be charged every time we move from court to court. So that's one thing that was very clear that some interpreters may or may not like, but as a taxpayer, we would pay them 2 hours. They're going to work for us for 2 hours regardless of where we move them inside the buildings. That was one of the clarifications that, one of the things that we made clear in our proposals this bid this time. Overall, we didn't have a lot of concerns from any of the actual agencies. These were just some of the individuals that actually work for all of the agencies that were emailing us. So working with the courts, working with the representation from all the stakeholders, we think this is a very good firm. They do work in other areas here in Dallas. They have a Dallas office as well. So we feel comfortable they have the capacity to do the work.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fresh.
Mr. Bazan, on one, is this sole source? I know we're buying it off of the cooperative agreement. So
You're using DIR, yes, sir. This is for security infrastructure too. So that was the justification, was that we wanted to keep that consistent. So that was the reason we went with DIR.
have we, and I've said something both to the sheriff and I think to Ms. Kraft, they've been kind of left out of the whole solutions with regards to technology in those facilities. Have they basically had an opportunity? I know you were one of the main constant. I applaud you for that. But have they had a chance to look at this solution and see that it is appropriate for us to continue down this road?
You're asking whether IT has reviewed?
Right.
I'm not familiar with any IT review. So,
Ms. Kraft? Have you had a chance with regards to this? This is a video surveillance, and it's justice and a data management unit with Sology.
I will say you have recently applied a lot of infrastructure within that complex, all which is utilize the Sology system, which up until very recently was a Cisco product. So, I mean, we would consider that very top tier. They ventured off on their own, so it's a newer technology, but it was previously Cisco up until about 2 years ago.
Okay, then I guess.
Have we worked with this firm before, Mr. Bazan?
I guess that's what I'm trying to say is that we have utilized the same system.
Yeah.
So you have one county system that utilizes this program and this infrastructure, and they're trying to keep this consistent. That's why we're going DIR.
Gotcha.
That is a big question in the future. I mean, when do you jump off and look at another system? So happy to work with Ms. Kraft and Mr. Gray on what is the best course moving forward. Because at some point in the future, this will be obsolete.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure that that anything around here with data, and I'm still you got some of my emails over the weekend. I saw Mr. Hooper's P25 piece, and I just want to make sure that IT is in the thick of this, and I won't bring up old memory what we just went through with a certain audit, but I want to make sure that IT is in this, and if nothing else, Cursor, gives a look, because as I said to her, I don't know anybody over here that's technologically proficient, and they said, well, we're buying this off the hour contract. We're going to be okay. And I trust you.
I think you have a history with this vendor. I'd say the IT team and Mr. Gray's facilities personnel who work with the access control systems work very well together. So I know Ms. Kraft's network teams, like whether there's a system upgrade or a new installation, they're working together very closely on that, sir. So maybe I could help document that and send some information on the court on how the two departments work together.
That's good. Okay. You can call the question, Judge.
All right. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, this takes us to the RFPs. Is there a motion on the RFPs?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Watkins, you're not here. I did.
What's that?
Oh, there you are. You did. I was in court apparently, but I just want both. I guess I'm forwarded over to purchasing. I want to make sure they've done well, extremely well, because as I said, when this last administration came in, we were spending about $4.5 million, and I think they've curtailed that significantly. I just want to make sure with these RFPs, because we're not utilizing it as we were in the beginning.
I'll forward the data, but because of COVID, you'll see that there's been an impact the last year and year to date. But for residential and non-residential, with the grant funds, they have been pretty consistent. We're leaving the dollar amount that's been budgeted there because we're not sure how it's going to be programmed toward the end of the year for residential placement. But I'll forward the data to purchasing as well.
Okay. Thank you. I had asked Dr. Watkins to do that because I just want to make sure the department, we just approved juvenile budget in our retreat. We've gone through it, but this was one of the main indicators of how they're managing those 80 psychologists with reference to our young people, because that's what residential does. I mean, we either can manage them here locally, or we're going to send them to that place in Pittsburgh that will remain nameless, that we spend all of this money on. And so I just wanted to make sure.
And it's broken out by residential and non-residential when I send it to
I
you.
wanted it both ways. Thank
Okay.
you.
And I'll send to the rest of the court as well.
I'll send to the rest of the court, please. Thank you. Okay, got it. Call the question, Judge.
All right, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, we come to court orders. I only have one pull, and that is from Commissioner Koch on Order 5.
I believe staff is going to pull N3, or at least the department was going to call N3.
Yeah, tell me, Daryl, because Jay's on an airplane, and so what do you got?
I believe there was a recommendation from staff to pull number 11, which was the elections item. I had not heard about item 3, which was the citizens
Oh,
appointment.
no, I'm sorry. That's my mistake.
Yeah.
11.
Yeah,
I
but
didn't
11
I
was
just-
going to be pulled.
In looking down, it was 11, not 3.
Yeah.
My bad.
It's 5 and 11?
It's 5 and 11.
5 and 11.
I do need to ask the court, though, for number 5, if we can take that to close, because
Yes.
there is an impact to pulling it for 2 weeks. Now, I need Russell to share that with you.
Okay.
So if we could pull that to close
So
also.
take that to closed, and then we can come back out, and he can exercise his 2-week pull, or, yeah.
But staff pulled 11.
Yeah, or y'all can, somebody can object to it, we can vote on that, or whatever. Okay, so with 11 and 5 pulled, I need a motion on N1 through 61, pulling 11 and 5.
So move.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I have some comments, Judge. First is on the N number 20, I'm sorry, N6. Mr. Reed, I know I sent you an email and we have talked about the emergency housing program. We still have a lot of money that we also need to use our marketing, group to let people know that we have money in Dallas County to avoid evictions, that we have more than $50 million, that it can be used by the lender as well as by the owner as well as the tenant. But this specific item is to have temporary staff housing, $1.8 million. I would love to be sure that since it's a temporary staff, it's a diverse and bilingual staff, and more than only Spanish, different languages, to be sure that we have a better opportunity to distribute these funds. So that's my only thing, and I know that when we email over the weekend, I forgot to respond on that one. So that's it, Mr. Lee.
Yes, ma'am. Understood.
And I want to thank the JP courts, because I'm going to put on a presentation. I've gone through the judicial management. I saw Commissioner Scott's concern today, but this court is aware of some of my concerns in terms of performance. But we got JP courts who have been performing and understand that. We have others who have, and again, Dr. Watkins, thank you. I got it. I've shared it with the court administration. And we've got JP courts are resisting to use this money. I mean, I'm missing something. What am I missing?
I think going forward, probably can change the narrative there. If you recall, last court, y'all approved 10 housing navigators that we can park into the JP courts that are solely, their sole job is to get people into our housing program. I believe if they're not all hired at this point, we should be pretty close in getting them trained up and deployed in anticipation of the eviction moratorium lifting. But I think it's probably.
I appreciate the court and that assistance, but look, there are nonprofits that are embedded in some of the courts if they are receptive. I mean, hell, we've even made national news in terms of some of our courts. But then I've got courts here who are hands off. Really? And so, yeah, I can appreciate that. I don't know how we send that. We can embed those navigators, but they at least got to be receptive.
They were all receptive to this, and I think that may help with alleviate some of your concerns.
Well,
Because this isn't the only issue, that there are certain courts that will comply with federal law and certain other ones that choose to ignore it. So, and there's the same trend is there about who's which. So, I mean, this isn't a new situation, but from what I was hearing from JPs, that they did not have the staff to implement and to really pay attention and to provide the services that were needed by the tenants and the landlords. And that with the staff that's being embedded, it alleviated some of that concern. So this sounds like it should be one of the biggest ways to address the impediments to it. Yeah. Related to this is number 26, order number 26, and I want to say hats off to audit and to the HHS staff on their creativity and being able to expedite the distribution of checks. Because also one of the things that I heard a lot about from landlords and tenants was the delay in getting the payment. And to go from 2 to 4 weeks down to 3 days, I just say kudos. That was because that's going to make this, that's going to allow this to work.
But if the people are embedded in there, what the object of the program is, hell, they write the check right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the nonprofits that I've made the observations, been in the courts, they write the check. It can be as much as $10,000. They write the check.
Commissioner, I had a meeting with all the JPs about 2.5 weeks ago, and we laid out all of that to them, and we asked them, what are the obstacles to you guys getting this money into the people's hands? And some of the obstacles were they needed staff. Some of the obstacles were they needed to make sure that the landlords could get paid quick. Everybody's
being tepid and nice. And again,
right.
Dr. Watkins, I appreciate when you did that, you know, all of them are supposed to be operating under basically the same kind of policies.
Exactly. But the point is, at this point, there should be no obstacle. So we put them on the spot. Right now, we've given them everything they need. So when we meet with them, once this money starts hitting the street, if we continue to have folks who are resistant, we're going to make sure you guys are aware of that. So we'll make it public in this meeting that we continue to have courts that are not.
And Fox News aware.
Yeah, well, you know,
and
North, you know, but I got people in the Southwest who, as my mom said, is acting up and acting out.
Yes.
And I'm like, really? Not taking care of, I don't understand. And while we got 2 people in those spots, one's behavior is totally 100%, and the other one is 0.
Right. Right.
I mean, come on. And we've got to start calling these blocks.
I agree. And you know, the point is, we've got this $50 million. We shouldn't have to turn any of this money back. We need to get this money into the landlord's hands so that people don't get evicted, so we don't create another homeless population out there when it's not necessary. So that's going to be our focus. And I put them on notice, and Dr. Daniel's been in some of those meetings I've had with them. Charles has been. So, you know, only thing we could do is make it public. You know.
Yeah. Well.
But it's also the listening that I think everybody has done to try to see, okay, how can we make this work?
Right. Right.
At this point, the Commissioner's Court has provided all the tools that we know of, and if there's another one that we need to or comes up, we'll bring that to Commissioner's Court. But I think all of the tools are there.
The only other thing that I kind of kick the tires on, and I know this is an imperfect analogy, but if anyone in criminal justice has the institutional knowledge from some of the changes that were made when you had some of the victims' rights coordinators, because that was a bandwidth problem within a court. I know it's a criminal court, it's something different, but just, you know, operations within the court that are somewhat outside of their wheelhouse, they're absolutely going to be hesitant to take the thing on. What were just some of the things that had to happen? You know, the judge had to sit down with the coordinator and get comfortable with the fact that, you know, they were going to be playing in their sandbox type of deal. Just some of those things, whatever the barriers are, perhaps there's a couple things there that we can get by analogy to help make this more smooth.
Yeah, well.
A big challenge that we have on, almost certainly the moratorium will lift on July 31st. You got an incredible number of people who are behind on rent. If we don't effectively help them, the challenge is that they then get into a cycle of being undesirable tenants, and they can't find a place, certainly not a place in an opportunity neighborhood for their children to go to school, for them, to be, have a better chance at their best life. So it's really critical what happens in the next 6 months. Actually, it's pretty dang critical what happens in August.
Yeah. And this is definitely a one-shot deal, right?
Right.
That if you don't get this right, you have that piece, and then you just have the accelerating rents. I mean, that's just happening everywhere. So not only do you have a check mark on your credit, but not only that, you're trying to find some place that's 20% more expensive than, and it's probably less than what you had before. So
there's also a lot of time and attention paid to community education on both the tenant's part and the landlord's part, so that because you're right, everybody is anticipating the end of the month and what's going to happen there, but it's kind of lining up in getting all the ducks lined up in order to address that. One of the things that, interestingly enough, is that the default rate has not been as high as what some people in the housing industry would have thought, that landlords and tenants have been working together to address a lot of the issues as we've gone along. It's not perfect, and I know there's going to be
but we've had a lot of
in evictions.
Yeah, but we've had a lot of nonprofits right there monitoring all dockets and ready to write checks.
But there may be one aspect of this where we may get kind of caught asleep at the wheel, because there has been, fewer forcible evictions, but because this crisis has gone on for more than a year, there's been a lot of folks who have been non-renewed, and essentially, rather than dealing with the hassle, the landlord said, just get out, and, we'll not deal with the back rent. All right, those folks are going to be a problem. Like that, there's going to be there's systemic issues there. So we may not have seen how bad it really is because of that clouding factor.
And that's where we have to be, Commissioner, because you're right on. That's why the Apartment Association and Mr. Reed and I have been with some of these organizations already saying, hey guys, you have to help us. Because a lot of your tenants don't even have the paperwork. I know it's federal money, I know it's taxpayers' money, but it's so hard for the, regular, tenant that works 2 jobs, that they don't have, the paycheck, the stuff, the accountant to submit all the paperwork. I can see why a landlord gets frustrated, but if the landlord gets involved, if they can, process for their tenants, they get their money and their tenants stay there.
And we have seen a lot of success using that model whenever we open the landlord portal.
Well, I think it's an important message to send out. As a corollary of that is absolutely right. But to say, hey, listen, landlords, we are happy to put the money in your pocket, but the hurdle is going to be is, we need someone to do the administrative work. We can't, we can't dumb our sheets down so much. So listen, you got to do the legwork. You're, going to be able to keep that tenant in there for a while, so it's good for your business model for a bit. Some of those folks, though, are considering, hey, listen, I can significantly raise rents once I move that individual out. So there's a little bit of that tension there, but at least regarding certainty, you have those dollars right now.
That's also been part of the discussion.
If we follow the model, again, they fill out all the paperwork.
Yeah.
They're filling out the paperwork right there. They go into a designated place and fill the paper and write the check.
Yeah.
Okay?
And that probably needs to be added. Which one is the best model for, either tenants or landlords?
Landlord wants to get paid.
But it's a basket. It's a basket of services.
Landlord wants to get paid.
Mr. Reed, no pressure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, it's just, one of the biggest crises we're going to face. But
Right. And while I probably haven't read all 66 books, Reverend Glenn, forward and
if I can
backwards,
be of any help.
in the Old Testament in 4:17 in Lamentations, which most people don't quote, 4:17, we looked and we looked to a nation that could not save us. I'm trying to change a little of that. I think we can save someone.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. About item 25, it's about the agency and aging. I want to give kudos to Dr. Huang and his team and Mark Edwards. the fact that they amended and extended this program for more 200,000 meals for seniors, usually the seniors that need it the most, that are homebound, that this pandemic has affected tremendously, especially in the Latino and African American community. It's great to see these. Thank you to everyone involved. Again, it's amazing how much our marketing and strategies play into everything we do. A lot of people don't even know about this program. So we will continue to work with all our partners to be sure people know about this program. And another item number 34, CPR and first aid classes for our Dallas County employees. Is fabulous to see it. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Just the fact that we have an emergency and people didn't know how to react in this age of COVID, I cannot blame anyone for being scared to do the regular CPR, close their nose and breathe on your mouth is probably not the safest thing, and probably that's why some people might freak out. However, the fact that CPR has changed too, and compressions and everything that is done today has changed to give the public and people the opportunity to save a life. So thank you, Mr. Wilson, for bringing this forward. Commissioner Price, I think, the Honey Springs, Cedar Crest Trail. I know how excited you get about trails, but I get excited for you. I love to see this on the agenda, and I am delighted, Commissioner Price. If you don't want to go to any of those functions, just send me. I'll be very happy to
Ms.
be there.
Alberta Blair, thank you for taking up the mantle and negotiating this.
Yeah, it's been a headache.
It's now gone over $5 million. It's easier to build roads than trails. And Mr. Tamayo and I working, I had to put my staff to finish a park in Hutchins because, I'm so embarrassed by the mayor just continue. The problems, it's just, these parks and these trails there are issues.
But the end justifies the means, Commissioner. People enjoy them.
You don't want to go there.
People walk. People, enjoy them. Don't we all?
Absolutely.
And just the fact that we created a system that goes south, of I-30, that is economic development, is the way that people can work out, especially during this pandemic. And let's face it, everybody likes to see people. Especially when we work out. I don't know why that is, but it's obviously working out.
Well,
so
this
thank
trail,
you.
This
No,
trail
I want to
using
thank.
that bar is extreme caution.
I want to thank you, Commissioner Price, for your patience because I know it has been a very challenging. I have one of these too, Ms. Blair. No pressure. After you finish with this one, you will come to mine, and of course to Public Works. I know that nothing can be worse than when a contractor does not perform as we wish they would. But it's moving along, and I was happy to see that.
Just on that Honey Creek Trail piece, Johan Harari has a book out regarding the causes and sources of depression. And one of the studies that he cites is that those that have been exposed to nature in an urban environment generally are 25% less likely to regularly, to be anxious or depressed, and those that already have anxiety and depression are 500 times more likely to experience fewer effects of that depression and anxiety when exposed to nature regularly. So there's a transfer effect here. Yeah. You get all the anxiety regarding how this thing gets built, but the people in District 3 get that relief. So
and remind us, Commissioner, to say that speech, Commissioner Koch's speech.
Yeah.
When we open this one.
Right. Exactly.
I'll be there. Anyway, that was very good, Commissioner Koch, because you're right. It's a way of healthy living. When you're exposed to nature, and hey, for all of us who are urban, 100%, it's good to know that, for example, in the Katy Trail, they sell more beer than any other trail, you know, so I mean, something goes out when you socialize too, so, and work out. Okay,
Yeah,
work
Katy
out.
Trail Ice House sells more beer almost than anyone else except for Jerry Jones and Jerry World.
That is correct.
But the problem, but
Before our 11 o'clock deadline here.
Oh, okay, my last point, and I'm done, is on the miscellaneous. There's 6 Flags passes for people who get vaccinated, 16,650 tickets. Dr. Wong, how are they going to be distributed? I totally forgot during your presentation about this item. It was on the miscellaneous. And I know everybody's getting in the one wagon of get vaccinated and go to 6 Flags. Sounds good to me.
I wanted just some details.
Yeah, yes. I know the first 800 or so were distributed to everyone who received a first or second dose at Fair Park. That's the plan, to continue with that as Fair Park operations are going, and then we'll see what other opportunities we have to distribute them. I mean, any of our other...
Is it going to be advertised? Because I think, again, talking about marketing, I mean, some people would like to get vaccinated and go to 6 Flags.
Right. We're definitely working on disseminating that availability. You know, some of the details, I think, didn't occur till right before. So we may need to make sure how many we would have, like before last Saturday, I know, but we did have enough for everyone who received a vaccine Saturday, and we're continuing to try to disseminate that. And again, we're trying to get other promotional incentives made available to you.
I can wait to hear about them. But let me know, Dr. Juan, the last thing I want is constituents calling me saying, where is my ticket? And I have no idea where the ticket to 6 Flags is.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Juan. And on the travel ban, Dr. Watkins, I mean, I continue to be amazed that people are now traveling to adjacent counties. Okay, I mean, McKinney and Allen.
And hotels for $300 a
I'm
night.
booking hotels of $300, but it's our policy that if you're going to an adjacent county, you can go for continuing education. You know, we need to do more continuing education in Oak Cliff and staying there. You know, so with that being said, that travel ban is just, I don't know, doctor. I mean, I'm not going to say who, because like Commissioner Price, I mean, they're elected officials, but just the fact that they book hotels in McKinney, when we have employees that drive every day.
But I pulled that. Yeah, I sure did. And
No, you
I
pull
and
one,
I call,
you pull one, there's more.
Yeah, but I called that individual.
Get that
Told him,
individual.
we're not paying.
Could I ask of Mr. Frosch, and I don't know whether Dr. Wong is involved in number 56, that's the authorization and the payment about the asphalt repairs. Could you give a little bit of detail on that? And secondly, is there going to be a cap on what's to be spent?
Thank you, Commissioner. As you know, you approved the lease in February to utilize the numerous lots at Fair Park for the vaccination site. And part of the requirements of the lease is to turn the property back over, obviously, in the same condition it was when we took the property over. So over the last, months here, we had 500,000 approximately vaccinations that rolled through there. We had buses coming through. There's damage that was reported by State Fair Texas to the lots. We had our Road and Bridge 3 and 4 superintendents go out and take a look at those as well and see if we had capacity within our own team to go out and make the repairs. There's extensive damage that our teams do not have the capacity to do. We make meeting.
No, we can do it. We just can't do it timely before the fair.
Right, Commissioner.
Yeah.
The time constraints to have the lots open, which is part of the condition as well. By mid-September, they gave us a little more grace period from August 1st, which is the end of our lease. So there's a lot of conditions there. And another thing, I don't think we wanted to be the PM on this when it's really a City of Dallas property. So at the end of the day, the City of Dallas met with Doug Bass's team and myself and a numerous teams inside Dallas County, and we discussed the City of Dallas hiring a contractor to do the work rather than having Dallas County do the work, and then we would pay for the work that's done through to the City of Dallas. They contracted with a contractor, and we had an estimated amount of $225,000 based on the quote they received from their contractor they have currently by contract with the city of Dallas. So that was an estimate. They went out and did their assessment, and as they did, I put an estimate on there because we know in any of this type of work there could be a little bit of differential inside that estimate once you actually do the work. We actually had the same conversation with Commissioner Koch as well on whether we could cap that. So my only caution would be there is that if it came in a penny more than the 225, 137.50, that the court wouldn't be authorized to make the payment, and that's why I put an estimated amount on there.
Excellent.
So is
That's
it,
considered a cap?
no, it's just for information, right? As it is.
I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
So is the, what, 225, 137.50, that's, you are now allowing just a little bit of latitude on that? Is that
Yeah,
what you're
we're
saying?
asking for a little latitude because we don't know until they do the repairs the exact amount. This is an estimate based on the contractor going out to the site. It's
Yeah,
the
my
court's-
guy said it was at least $250,000 and sub-base and all, and so
Right.
I was, 225 is,
Road and Bridge 4 also look at it, and
Yeah.
it was around the same
Yeah.
thing, Commissioner. And if it makes you feel any better, I mean, I really want to thank you, Mr. Fresh, for, you were pretty close, and of course, you asked us, Road and Bridge 3 and 4, which are the, construction, road and bridge. And more importantly, I think, Mr. Fresh, it's in a contract, so we have to pay. Second, is something that the city should be in charge of it, if you ask me, because if there's any delays, if there's any failures, the last thing I want to be in the front page of Dallas Morning News saying the county stopped the State Fair of Texas. Wouldn't that be a headline?
Yeah.
I mean, and it's on us. You know what? I mean, the city should perform it. We pay for it. That was our agreement. We will honor. We want to be a good partner with the city, and that's our spiel.
the other part that was brought up by every commissioner that I spoke with is, the amount of damage that was at the park and how was the initial condition of the park, and we didn't have any condition assessment when we took over the property. So
Right.
we really have to take it at face value. We know that we had a lot of staff on site. We had a lot of heavy equipment coming in and out of the parking lots that would have not been there but for the vaccination site. So we didn't have any condition assessment before taking over the property, and the lease was approved by the court. So with that being said, it's kind of a good faith that we repair it. And just to remind the court that we're going to submit this, for 100% reimbursement, used to FEMA. And then based on our ILA we have with Dallas County, any dollars that are not reimbursed would be 50-50 split if we have something that comes back from FEMA.
Yeah. Just in that regard, I mean, I would like to find some way to put a cap on it so as to not incur all the risk. And this, so if we weren't to receive any FEMA dollars, this estimate of 225, half of that would be 112. If I increase that by 10%, so if there was a 10% overrun, that's still 123. So since our initial estimates were at 250, let's cap it, our Dallas County taxpayer dollars, right? 125,000, right? Regarding our split. So that, 50-50 with the city of Dallas, that'd be, 250. We absolutely should have it for under that. And I think that's fair because, the assessment risk should be on the city of Dallas, but I think that's generous enough to make sure that it gets done under that 250.
well, I don't know who's driving this, this piece, but those buses, like you said, we didn't do any pre-assessment.
Yeah.
But those lots, that asphalt was never designed for bus traffic.
Exactly.
Never was. And when my guys went out and tried to do patches on a couple of times, we couldn't make it whole. And cold asphalt won't do it. They're gonna have to take it down the grade, put in a base, and bring it up. So you're right, 250,000, and we ought to be able to get some reimbursement. But if we don't, I can go along with 125,000 cap. For us, on a 50-50 split, if FEMA doesn't pass.
So it's simply making a motion to add a 10% contingency to the amount that's
That's
listed.
right.
It sounds like that's what we're doing as a court, right?
Contingency is
Yeah.
always
Which is what
appropriate.
you're talking about, Commissioner, the
I
10%
agree.
contingency.
Yeah,
It's
I
always
just don't want to, yeah.
And if you feel it should be a little higher, Mr. Frosch, just say it, because, I mean, we want everything to go smoothly on this. It was an emergency, we took it as it was. I mean, we understand, but I want the city of Dallas to be, the citizens of Dallas, especially Fair Park, to be
Right, the reason we
compensated.
brought this as an addendum is to ensure that, the city of Dallas understands that they can engage their contractor and know they're going to get reimbursed. And that's why we brought it as an addendum for you, based on the information we received last Wednesday. So I'm sure they brought the estimate to us. Sounds like a 10% contingency is what the court's willing to do, and
Yeah.
we'll tell them that. If we have anything above that, we have to come back for court approval.
Okay,
That
perfect.
sounds good.
That sounds great. Okay.
All right.
You guys have a question on that. Before you do that, on item number 11, staff would just like to give you some feedback on that and get some direction from you on that quarter
Yes.
number 11.
Judges, Commissioners, I've been working with the election department, and the reason staff is pulling Court Order 11, that is the bylaws for SEAC, is because after it was published, Commissioner Price had some requested changes. We incorporated those changes, but didn't send them to you because we have to meet with the DA's office first to see, can we incorporate the requested changes by Commissioner Price. The plan is then to send the changes, once the DA's office opens them, to all of you to review before we put them back in the agenda. The goal being the first meeting in August, that'll be August 3rd. If not, then the second meeting, August 17th. So if you also have any comments you want to share with us, we will incorporate those and do one review with the DA's office prior to bringing it back to you for approval.
Okay, so if I
Go
understood,
ahead, man.
What was one-
Send the other commissioners the proposed language so that when they're thinking about whatever their comments are, they already know we have a working document.
Right, no, that's what I came off of a working document and.
Right, and now that's the working document.
Well, we don't know yet
No,
because the DA's
I don't
office is
know.
not,
The DA's they
has
told me-
approved them yet. We don't know if the requested changes by Commissioner Price will be in concert with the rules and everything. So until we meet with the DA's office and they say, yep, you can incorporate those, we'll then send you that document with the approved incorporated changes as the working document for you then to say, in addition to that, I want to add this or delete that.
and then it will be the same
Send us
procedure.
both. I think we already have the
You
original.
already got it.
Okay, well,
Yeah, you got
But
it.
send them the other one because,
what-
for instance, if Dr. Garcia or Commissioner Koch have to change, they don't need to wait 2 weeks or a week or whatever for the.
And that's
for
the
DA.
issue, Mr. Heichel, because the judge is right. I mean, if we do this, let's say it comes back with a working document that Commissioner Price language says. It comes to me, I change more. Goes back to the DA, another 2 weeks. Comes back, the judge says, oh, but I want to change, and Commissioner Daniels and then Commissioner Koch. It would take us 2 months.
But Judge Roden did, but I know, but I came off of the footprint, the basic footprint that,
Why don't we bring that document back to the court?
The one with
We
Commissioner
all-
Price's changes?
Yes, and then we all change whatever we want, and then it goes to Mr. Roden, because that way, Mr. Roden, you only have to
That's fine.
review it one time, right?
So get the other four, the information that is now the DA's looking at.
Okay.
And then they can make a change too, and they can send theirs to the DA.
Was one of those changes that were being anticipated, the provisions regarding missing meetings? Because there was a problem there, because basically,
I haven't read what Commissioner Price said.
there's a conflict in it in that they only have to have 2 meetings, but if you miss, according to Dallas County Code, right? If you miss more than a quarter, then you can be kicked off. Well, the problem is if you have 2 meetings and you miss one, by operation of Dallas County Code, you're off.
50%.
You're already off. Like, there's no discretionary. So we'd be losing people all the time for missing 1 meeting. So that needs to be.
We need to look at that. I'll tell you why that was in the code, because what we dealt with is people who back when we had a bunch of committees that were advisory, you had a bunch of people like, no, I want to be on the Emergency Management Advisory Committee. I just can't make any of the meetings, but I want to be on there. And so we had a deal where you apply to get back on after you miss, as opposed to we have to kick you off because you just take that space and won't come.
Yeah, I mean, either we have to change the code or we change this to have more meetings, but if you miss one and there's only two, that's just gonna be unworkable.
Well, yeah.
But that's why Commissioner Koch,
Article 30, well, yeah, I know.
we need to bring it back.
Okay.
You
Article-
change whatever you feel you need to change. Commissioner Daniels, Commissioner Price, the judge, and I add our stuff, and then it goes to Mr. Rowling.
Sure.
Right, and just so I can clarify, the process should be that when you get a version sent to you, you can make whatever proposed changes you want, and provide those to us. I just want to caution you, do not circulate them amongst yourselves or
Just go
discuss
through
in
you.
a quorum.
Just go through
Yes,
you.
because then that way, I want to make sure there's no unintentional quorum
Exactly.
issues or deliberations. So you can each make your individual proposals and changes.
And that's what I was
That
operating.
that would be reviewed and put
But
forth
when you're
for
sending-
discussion.
When you're sending out Commissioner Price's, this first one, send it in a red line form.
It is, it already is.
So you'll get it today.
My staff has already done that.
It is, but I just
staff
got
did
it
not have to read it.
Friday.
Yes.
Yeah, my staff has already done that.
Sounds good. Enough guidance?
Yes, thank you. You'll get it before close of business today.
Be
you guys
careful
vote?
when
Did
you
you
ask
vote
us
yet?
for guidance.
We didn't call the question.
You
You gotta
didn't
call the
vote.
question.
Did you vote on the
No,
We
orders?
have not
we haven't
voted.
voted.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, it's time for the Parkland budget meeting.
And Mr. Well, I'll swear you in, I'll get that, congratulations, as part of the new SEAC committee. It was the judge and I both was on the deal today. So congratulations, thank you for willing to serve, and thank you for bringing your posse to make sure that we didn't do nothing we weren't supposed to do. So again, thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations again, and thank you
Thank you
for
very
everything.
much. But we're gonna deal with Parkland's budget, and then if you want to stay, get the paperwork to swear you in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Doctor.
Tina, you gonna control?
I guess I could. I'm not gonna let you. You know, while I guess a Q and A. Okay. Hey, give me your phone. If you're gonna do it right now, give me your phone. Here you go. Swear her.
Okay.
Swear her.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just go ahead.
We'll
Swear-
have
yeah,
the
let me just-
Parkland briefing really short. Go, Dr. Series, before Commissioner Price comes back.
That's some incentive there, huh? You
Where
want
are you
to
gonna do it? Where do you wanna do it?
Oh, they have to they'll take a picture. Come on.
Y'all wanna all kinda stand around her? Wait, you wanna get all them stand around her? Yeah, you want me, I'm gonna do a video or pictures? Okay, I think I'll do both. Give me a smile, man. Give me a smile. Oh, yeah, bud. Well, I got a picture and video.
No, I just need paperwork, and I'll follow through, paperwork. Just put the paperwork.
Me and Dr. Garcia gonna photo bomb y'all.
Yeah, please, not this one.
Bombing y'all.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Let me get a couple more. Oh, wait, that's a video.
Well, I had on video and picture.
1, 2, 3.
next to Commissioner Price.
Good job.
Thank you for putting up with us this morning.
I'm just impressed you guys are still here. But you got to hear us all night. I'm ready. Thank you. It's going to be fun. You know that. And it's always good to see you, sweetheart. Yeah, good to see you.
Good to see you again. Take care. Bye. I didn't realize it either. That was a hit, Commissioner Price. You know, now, Dr. Series, you have to be very quick. We'll let you go real fast.
All right, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to, as you know, this is our first of 3 versions. So you've had it before. You've had a chance to look at it. So stop me at any point, and I'll try to, I'll try to hit the overview and not get into great detail if that's your desire.
Okay, just checking with you.
All right. So, when we're looking at our approach this year, like in past years, there's always going to be some uncertainty, particularly around our supplemental payments, and so we try to do the best we can to project those, but also to be responsible and not be overly optimistic and not be overly pessimistic. In the past several years, we've sort of erred on the right side of that, I'd say, because the budget has worked out favorably for us. We expect to see more certainty this year as we get past COVID and things get to more normal state. There's uncertainties about anticipated demand. We've modeled what we can to the best of our ability in the budget. And then we were just finishing up our strategic plan. And so you'll see items in this budget with a particular focus on some of those areas of emphasis in our strategic plan. Some of the major issues we'll be addressing here is market salary and wage adjustments. That's been a challenge not only for Parkland but for all over. And so we've made some investments there. We've made significant capital investments not only in this budget but in the past couple of budgets to deal with the fact that we've had some more favorable budget years. And then
and all employees will make the minimum 15.
So 15 is in this current version right now. We're actually modeling, whether 16 is the right place.
Hey, can I borrow your executive session? Sure. Okay. Go ahead.
Good going, Dr. Zhu.
Okay. So this slide just shows what our operating margins have been over the past several years. In 19, things changed because the federal government started to recognize more appropriately the care for the uninsured. That's the main reason for that bump you see in 19, and we're forecasted to be around 5% operating margin in this budget that'll be in front of you today. On what we've tried to do with the fact that we are in better shape this year and the past couple of years is to take care of our capital needs, and we've been able to do that without incurring any additional debt. And so the move from the old campus that was incomplete with the hospital, believe it or not, we still had the major clinic move to do. We've been able to do that. We are opening our outpatient center now. It has been open for the majority of our clinics. That was about a $230 million project, plus about a $30 million parking garage. We were able to do that without incurring any additional debt. We've moved our geriatrics clinic and our administrative space from the old building as well. So this summer we'll be entirely out of the old hospital building. In addition, we've made some clinic investments, the COPC building at Redbird that will come online later this summer. We have in this budget plan to purchase the Hatcher Clinic. That's about $126,000 monthly lease payment that we will be able to avoid with with the purchase of that building. We're planning on replacing our Vickery Clinic. We've had some difficulties identifying a site there, but that is anticipated in these financials as well. And you'll see in the 5-year cash projections, we have built-in projection to replace our administrative space that is leased primarily in 2 large buildings that will be coming up in the coming years. And that's about $5.5 million a year in lease payments. that we would avoid if we replace that with space on our own campus. And so that planning is in place right now. We also this year used $35 million to defease some future bond payments and have made significant investments over the past several years to shore up the pension plan. So what we've tried to do with the fact that we've had some of those positive years is recognizing that we can't count on that every year, not put all of it into programming, but to shore up some of our capital needs, and that will free up operational dollars in the years ahead. I won't get into the COVID response. You're very familiar with the activity that we've done over the past year and a half. I will just point to the financial impact. We saw a reduction in net revenue of about $65 million and an increase in expenses of about $125 million. That reduction in revenue was because our volumes went down, as did everyone's at, certainly at the height of the pandemic, and now we're projecting some return, but not all the way to baseline.
Let me just, I know this will come as a shock to you, but whoever assembled your COVID response team, I want to commend you. They were the model. We talk about Fair Park eventually because FEMA came in and but you guys, Ellis Davis and Eastville, but you were the model, and I don't care what goes on in the region. Ellis Davis was the model. That team was on it, and they were on it when people were doing 7 days a week. Everybody, kept talking about, doing 5, 4. They were doing 7 days a week, and sometimes against some very challenging environmental. I think they only closed once or twice, and I think the storm came through, and most of them stopped for a second, and then they went right back to it. So I just want to commend, Ms. Zia and that team. They were great, and they managed to do whatever was necessary to try to accommodate the public. And so I just want to.
Well, I appreciate those comments, Commissioner. As you mentioned, that really is a strong team, and we just had to point them in that direction, and they took it from there. And as you saw what they were able to do, it was just a remarkable group.
And while Eli Davis was a big model, the job that you all did in community areas was also outstanding. Mr. Malays, you're here. Just the fact that you were on top of all the different events with the media, with the community, with elected officials, you're earning heaven.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. We realized at the outset, and what played out across the country is generally those areas that are in better shape at baseline are going to get more attention. And I remember, Judge, the first phone call you made on that weekend saying we got to work with FEMA to set up some testing sites, and we went straight south. We had that in mind from the beginning, and we really do see that as our role. And I appreciate your comments. And if we hadn't done that, I would expect to hear from you. And
yeah, it's all right. I'll surprise you every once in a while. But between DISD, you won't thank our partners, because DISD made the changes necessary to accommodate us, and of course, the City of Dallas worked with us.
And because we were in strong financial position, we were able to lean in early too. We didn't have to have that concern, which is one of the places that we want to be able to maintain. So just to remind you on some of the work we've done to address demand. This past year, we opened our additional Garland clinic, and have supported the Hope Clinic in Garland. Redbird will go live in September. I mentioned the Vickery replacement already. We are pursuing a partnership with Jubilee for additional services in that community. And then we have begun work on a quick clinic pilot, sort of a minute clinic, where we can partner with other organizations and just bring in a small healthcare connection piece there. I mentioned the Moody Clinic and the geriatrics clinic. And then a big part of our strategy up to this point, and certainly a strong emphasis going forward, is going to be around telehealth and how we can make services more available to people more conveniently. And we recognize, as you know, DISD's done a lot of work in internet connectivity. Much of the work we can do here, we've shown we can do with phone calls. Our OB group has shown that they can replace a quarter of their prenatal visits with phone calls, and it works, and they've published that experience. But this is going to be a critical piece of our work going forward, how we can use the data we have and our remote connections to make care more available to people in a more convenient way.
And the one, just for the record, that I am most excited about is the hospital at home. It's my understanding that appropriation, you said there's about $5 million operating that particular facility.
That's what we have modeled right now. We just got approval from CMS last month to do this hospital at home model, which is essentially those lower acuity cases in the emergency department. We can discharge them to home, have a nurse go to the house, a doctor supervision of that care, and so replace some of our short stays in the hospital with actual care at home. And so it's an extension of kind of the remote care. The home dialysis is another one where we can replace the 3 times a week coming to the center for 3 hours to get dialyzed with a home dialysis called peritoneal dialysis model, where they come to clinic once a month. We started that clinic this year, and 6 years ago we had hundreds of patients regularly in the emergency department getting dialysis, and we've totally transformed that now to a model of either an insured model, getting dialysis through a hemodialysis center, and now the more convenient and cheaper home peritoneal dialysis. So that's begun this year. Behavioral health continues to be a strong focus. I know most of you, all of you, have a great interest in this, and so the Right Care team we started, it was successful. We had one team. We showed that we had a reduction in ED visits from that area where the Right Care team was functioning, so we added more teams. So we have 5 teams now. The city approached us. They want to add 5 more teams, so we're partnering with the city to add additional teams to that Right Care program. We've got a major initiative now on expanding pediatric behavioral health in our COPCs. Just received a $5 million grant from Reese Jones to help us do that work. So that's going to be a big area of focus. We'll be adding 6 FTEs in the corrections mental health area because we know we're not doing enough of that individualized or group care in that setting. We'll be expanding more space at the hospital to accommodate psychiatric ED. Our medication assistance program, we will be expanding not only in our clinics but also in correctional health as well. And then not behavioral health but related to social determinants. This past year, we had our first year of operation of our Mommies in Need program, which is a child care for women who are coming to get services. For instance, women coming to get chemotherapy who in the past would miss appointments because they had child care issues. Now they're able to drop their children off and go. And that's been a partnership with a nonprofit that they renovated the space and they staff that space, and it's a great service for the
I didn't ask, but do we, that Butler location, does it belong to you?
Yes, it does. We had to do some repairs on the HVAC and the roof, and then we gave them a shell, and they invested a lot into fixing that space up. It's a beautiful space.
Okay.
We've also made a lot of progress on the post-acute care side. You're very familiar with our nursing home program. Since its inception now, we've placed about 750 people in beds in that program. And this past year, we've expanded that to some of the more complex patients, the people who need more long-term acute care, ventilator patients. We invested in a behavioral unit at Lake West, and so there's 8 beds there. Those to help us place some of the very difficult patients at the hospital, and then working with the Salvation Army right next door on both a recuperative care program, which is 8 beds for people who have medical needs, prior to their discharge, but they're homeless. So wound care, things like that, that previously we'd have to hold on to them. Now they can go there and we send a nurse over to the Salvation Army and check on them, and they make some dedicated space for us to do that.
I have some note, this entire program, post-acute care, is $2.5 million, with the long-term being an extra $1 million. Is that
That's
right?
right, that's correct.
Okay, so make sure I'm writing fast.
And this is all possible because of our nursing, we essentially using proceeds from our nursing home program to make a bigger investment in post-acute care, because typically for a public hospital where half your patients are uninsured, about 45% of our patients are uninsured, you have limited options on the post-hospital side, and we've been able to use some of those revenues from that nursing home program to invest in these areas. So getting into some of our budget assumptions, we are seeing volume come back up, although slowly, but so we've got modeled some volume increases, very modest rate increases, 0.2%. That's from our commercial payers and from including Medicare, Medicaid. We expect our supplemental payments to go down about 8.5%. That's a projection based on everything we know about the DISH programs and the waiver programs. We've modeled a 4% increase in tax revenue, as we've done in the past several years, and all of that totals to a net operating revenue decrease of about 1% from the current year. On the expense side, we'll continue to staff related to volume. So if volume goes up, we staff.
But that's net operating decrease 1%. That's $23 million. That includes your 4% tax, right?
That's correct. Okay. That's modeled in there.
Numbers on the record. Okay, gotcha.
So on the expense side, our staffing will vary. If the volume goes up more, the FTEs will go up, but we project that according to volume. We've got about an 8% increase in salaries and benefits, most of that driven by market and wage increases. And as the judge or Commissioner Price asked earlier, right now, and here we've modeled $15. We're looking at $16 right now as a base rate. And then the bulk of that $70 million there, though, is wage adjustments for big groups like nursing. We've had a significant increase in our nursing pay. We were off market a little bit pre-COVID. We were off market quite a bit now post-COVID, and so we're making those adjustments.
So the difference between the volume targets on your nurses, yours is 18%, the market is 16.5%. So is that calculated into your 70 million salaries and benefits, including what you said, 8% increase?
About an 8% increase in total salaries and benefits. So if you look at, when I get to slide 17, you'll be able to see what we're projecting in 21 compared to what's budgeted, and it's 1.16 billion in 21 and 1.26, so about 100 million total increase, or 8%.
Am I going to see my Press Ganey survey? How often do y'all do that every year?
We had done that like every 18 months or so, and then we didn't do it during COVID. We just completed it, and we're getting the results now. So yeah, you'll see that.
You did do it?
We did do it.
Okay.
Yep.
On the drug increase, that's pretty standard across the board?
Yeah, that's what we've modeled the past few years, 7%. We just get that straight from our pharmacy group. It's a combination of new drugs and, it's heavily driven by the new brand name drugs.
Okay.
And that's fairly standard across the country.
Yep. Right.
Thank you.
We have a really active pharmacy and therapeutics committee that scrutinizes these drugs. We get these new oncologics that are very expensive, and we don't just put everything on the formulary. We look at how effective they are and what the trade-offs are before we put a new drug on the formulary. So all of that combined, the supplies increase, the drug increase, we're still seeing about a 1% decrease in that category of supplies, and that's mainly because of the reduction in costs related to COVID. We had a lot of COVID-related supplies this past year. That goes down. And so even with the 4% increase in costs and the 7% increase in drugs, we'll see in that category about a 1% decrease in spend. These are the volumes that we're projecting, and you can see the decrease over the past 2 years, in this coming year, we're projecting volumes to come up some, but not back to baseline. So adjusted patient days, that's a combination measure of inpatient and outpatient activity. And so you'll see we're still about 10% down from pre-COVID times, and that's pretty standard for the industry if you look and see what other places are doing. We're projecting about a 3.5% increase this year. Just on the hospital side, looking at discharges, again, you see about a 10% decrease since pre-COVID, and we're projecting a modest 1.5% increase from prior year to 2022. Deliveries are down about almost 11% from pre-COVID. Again, projecting a bit of an uptick in the coming year. And the same story in the in the emergency room in our urgent care center, where we're still about 15% down from prior to COVID. And again, that's pretty much what you see across the country, across the industry now. People just haven't come back to the same degree. But we are starting to see, and now we're seeing it now, some of those busier ER days, days over 800 patients, like we haven't seen for a while. So those are starting to rebound. And then the outpatient clinics, that's the one area where our activity has stayed high, largely driven by some of our COVID activity, the testing and vaccines, and we expect as that goes away this year to be supplanted by increased capacity, like Redbird coming online. We've got about 18,000 visits scheduled there, and some of our other activities coming online. Telehealth has helped buttress that as well. So as that COVID activity goes down, other more traditional clinic activity will take its place. So getting into the numbers, what you see here on the income statement is what's projected for 2021. Bottom line, about $258 million net income for the year, an operating margin of just under 10% for the year. Mainly, that's probably most heavily driven by as I mentioned earlier, the increase in supplemental payments. We did have a significant contribution from our CARES Act funds. As I mentioned earlier, we had added expenses related to that as well. If you look into what's budgeted for 2022, I mentioned on an earlier slide, we're projecting about a 1% decrease in our total operating revenue. That's the first orange column, about a third of the way down the page, and about a 4% increase in our operating expenses. And so what that translates into is about a 5% reduction in our operating margin. It's still a healthy 5% operating margin. And then if you look at the total net income, what we're projecting right now is about $139 million. We expect that number to change some between this version and subsequent versions, but we think we're pretty much in the ballpark of where we're going to land. That's the hospital-only operation. I don't get into the nursing home operation. That's a pretty that's much less unpredictable. The state sets those rates. We've got those volumes, and so that's the middle columns, the blue and the orange, where you've had a $15 million projected net income in this year and about a 14.2% projection for the next year.
But the utilization has pretty much remained static.
Well, I showed you some of the activity around nursing. So the days that we buy, that's been pretty steady, and we've added some of the more complicated ventilator, more acute patients, behavioral patients. Those are the new additions that we have in there. So we'll have more spend in that category, and we don't segregate, that $15 million and balance it off. It kind of goes into the pool, and we're able to step into that space and do more in the post-acute space because we know we've got those partnerships with the nursing homes and some revenue there. But it's not an issue where you have to budget those funds for those services. We look out, and Rick's team has done a great job of looking out into the future years to see how we project long-term, and that's what this slide shows. And basically, you know, we wanted to be able to incorporate not only current year activity, but anticipated needs in the future years in terms of capital. You've got built in here a number of strategic initiatives around our community health needs assessment implementation plan, our strategic planning efforts, and then, like I said, the administrative replacement of administrative, so some major capital base in here. And as this plays out over the next 5 years, what you'll see is we can maintain a healthy days cash on hand, which is the bottom, almost bottom line, second to bottom line of 152 days cash on hand. That's what is projected out into the future years. The thing I'll draw your attention to is that happens, and that's gradually going down from year to year, mainly because of the unpredictability of our government subsidies, our supplemental payments. That's the second line where you see in 2021, we're at $765 million a year, and then as you progress over to 2026, you see that go down to 546, or almost a 30% reduction in those funds. That is based on the things like projected federal rules around disproportionate share reductions, state waiver reductions, and things like that. And so that's a fluid number, no doubt, but I think we've got the best people in the state at Parkland at projecting what those supplemental programs are going to do. And this is, you know, as they look into their crystal ball, this is the best modeling we have for those numbers. Obviously, that's an area
But what is your line item for this year appropriated for CHNA?
Yeah, so that's still in development, and we should have that for our next, the next time we come to talk with you.
Okay.
So how does 150 days cash compare with other hospitals?
Yeah, well, you probably saw in the paper this morning, there's actually a story about that, and what the other nonprofits do. And, you know, they range from probably double that to up to 600 days of cash. We'd like to.
Well, okay, I didn't see the story in the paper, but historically, for a hospital, because I know when Parkland was in trouble, we had 30 days of cash, right?
Right.
And so, I mean, what is, I would think 30 days of cash is insufficient. What is sufficient for a hospital, 90 or?
Yeah, well, we certainly want to be above 90 at our low point. But if you kind of look in comparison to the industry, we're probably about half of the next highest in town in terms of the nonprofits.
Well, because there's been this huge infusion of capital here, but I'm trying to, I get that, but I'm trying to understand from a fiscal standpoint. What is it, 90 days?
Yeah, historically.
Yeah, so we certainly want to be above 90, and when you look at bond agencies, you know, they're going to, where's Rick? You want to comment on this, Rick?
Absolutely. For the size of Parkland, we have a AA rating out with Moody's, AA minus with S&P. When you look at the average of other comparable entities of our size and bond rating, they're probably double to triple the days cash we have on hand. But what helps us, of course, is the consistency of the tax subsidies. So that's why we can maintain that rating. There is no legal requirement, although at some entities they may have bond as part of the bond issuance. There may be certain covenants of days cash on hand requirement. I had that at a previous public hospital where we had to maintain, I think it was 90 or 100 days, and if we reached that point, it triggered all kinds of consequence with the bonds. So there is no regulatory legal requirement or contractual requirement for us to maintain a certain amount of days cash on hand.
But operationally, the courts, this court and other prior courts, we've always said in order to operate efficiently, we need at least a minimum of 100 days.
Right. The 90-day number that we internally propose is just our best judgment as to what would be a trigger point to say below this point we're starting to get concerned about maintaining, enough cash for consistent operations and financial health. So we internally put a 90-day point. Keep in mind, what's on this slide is a snapshot projection for the end of fiscal year, September 30. Our days cash continues to decline until the tax revenues start to come back in around November, really in December. So this will actually have a little bit lower. You could probably subtract another 20 to 30 days from this point, for the low point in the December timeframe.
But you're still over 100.
Yeah.
And again, that has always been the monitor that has told us about the fiscal health of Parkland and managed operationally.
That's correct.
But it's safe to say when you're looking at that, the 90 days, that's the red line. That's when there is crisis. Rather, so I want to build into my model something that I'm probably doubling that. So as I go down, towards the end of the year before I get the tax infusion, if I'm at 100, right, and days before my tax infusion, that's positive. That's where I want to be healthy. If my running average throughout the year is 90 days, I have a problem. I'm constantly in crisis, correct?
That's correct. And keep in mind, as you point out, the 90-day point is a red line. We like, for financial health, comparable entities that are AA rated are probably double to triple that number. So we're just drawing that line to say this is where we start becoming very
But they have a
concerned.
different revenue mix that's more even than ours per se, right? So that's probably one of the biggest reasons why they okay.
That's true.
Yeah.
Would we, obviously, if I could project 5 years and see where all of our sources of revenue, 'cause so much of our revenue depends on things we don't control, Medicare, Medicaid rules, and we do our best to project where those are, and we are active at influencing where those things land, but there's still some uncertainty out there. Obviously, we want to put as much into services because there's a great need for services as we can. We've had a few good years, and so we've shored up our capital needs during that time period. But we have more that we want to do in terms of services, and we want to do that, but be responsible as well, and not commit too much in 1 year that then we're going to have to cut back 3 years from now because the revenues didn't sustain. And so it's constantly a balance.
Is it also fair to say that, one of the reasons why the 90-day mark is significant is you're literally projecting out what you can do 4 months later, right? So if I have 90 days cash on hand, my hirings, I can't see so well into the future regarding months 5, 6, and 7. If I'm covered up to that point, I can confidently say, well, got your first month's salary covered, or at least I got us into this contract for the first 2 months.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not like, your revenue stream would ever turn off totally, but it's the right point, because we want to, when we start programs, we hire people, we want to have confidence that we're going to be able to continue that. And this gives us enough time to make adjustments and things like that. So let me then go on and show you the assumptions we made around the tax revenue. Our preliminary information is that valuations will go up 6%, right? We know that, I don't know where that lands, but that's our preliminary assessment of that. If we assumed a revenue increase of 4%, like we've done in prior years, that would mean our tax rate goes from 0.2661 to 0.2583. So the rate actually would go down a little bit. And if you look at kind of the history there, since 2016, that's happened several years where what we tried to do is, given the fluctuation in our other revenue sources, if we could keep this one stable at something we think is reasonable, 4%, it's close to medical inflation. It's actually a little bit lower than medical inflation over the past decade or so, but it's a reasonable number. So that if we try to keep it there, when valuations have been up at 9%, 10%, we asked for 4%, the actual rate went down. And so we've seen about a 10% reduction in the actual rate, although acknowledging revenues have gone up 4% every year because of the valuations and the increased activity. And this is just to give you a summary of our debt financing, and I'll draw your attention to the second to last line, and that is our rate per $100. That will actually go down a little bit as well, and you'll see that's well within the voter-approved debt service rates. And so we're in good shape in terms of our debt service. And then in terms of just the process, this is the work that we're still doing. We pretty much have done where we're going to be on finalizing our volume. So I think we've landed pretty close to where we're going to land at the end of this. Continuing our net revenue analysis, our staffing models, and depreciation, and we're still doing our budget review meetings and still making some decisions about salary market adjustments as well. And so that's some of the work that will crystallize between now and then the next time we come and present version 2. So I'm going to stop there and see if there are any other questions.
Yeah, ask them as we go along, so we're okay. And you don't look like April or Dane, so who are you?
Good morning, I'm Tina Hicks, and I'm the Director of Finance Operations.
Thank you, Dr. Series.
Thank you, Dr. Series.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so this, let's see, takes us to our public speakers, then we've got closed. Let's see what we've got here. We've already read the rules of the quorum for our public speakers. Our first public speaker is Ms. Dolores Phillips. Oh, can we, fix
Hold
the
on,
screens,
gotta
or
get-
the speakers on there, not the Parkland?
Where is, yeah, looking for, he's got it. Yeah, he's got it.
Okay, speakers, don't worry, we're just having a little technical switch over.
The rules of the quorum were read already.
Judge.
Oh.
Encourage anything. Not for moments like this, but rather so he's around for more moments later in life. I truly think the best thing about not having a lot of the masks in the courtroom is that I don't have to see any more of those Yankees masks. I mean, there was a Giants one too. It was, it's tough. I don't need any more of that.
Cross-cultural exchange. So Gordon and I went to the
Oh, I know. It's just
no-hitter, the Kluber no-hitter, where his Yankees no-hit my Rangers. So that was fun for him.
Yeah. Local boy does well for the bad guys. It's not the story.
You know, he reaches into his belt a lot, come to think of it. All right, so anyway, no, I'm just kidding, Kluber family. We know he wasn't reaching into his belt. We know that was a legitimate no-hit. Go Coppell Cowboys. All right, so the first public speaker is Dolores Phillips. Down there? Can anybody tell him? Miss Dolores Phillips? I know.
Hello?
There she is.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hold on just a second. Honorable Jenkins, can you still hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, this is Dolores Phillips, 567 West Dickey Road, Apartment A. I sent you handout. Honorable Jenkins, it's 3 police officers who said that the police report from October 25th, 2013 was not by accident, and because the way it's set up in the system, they had to go down and intentionally click on hands and feet use this weapon. I now know, last week I spoke with an officer, Corporal Giltner is now retired. With that being said, on October 25th, 2013, I always said that it was premeditated, and I continue to study Robert Groden cases where he prevailed 2006, 2010, 2014 against the city of Dallas, Dallas County, and also the Dallas Police Department. I was told also that someone that sits on your board as a commissioner filed the case. It was dismissed. He went back before the court and said that his attorney gave him wrong legal advice, and they allowed him to reopen that case. I'm getting ready to ask the city of Dallas to go before the court and explain why they use their resources to be unlawful and deceitful before the court, United States District Court, the federal court, small courts, and also appellate court. I also wanted to say, for the record, Corporal Cotner had connections to UTA and Green Oaks. When they accepted me for the dual degree program for social work and a master's in criminal justice simultaneously, they accepted me. All of a sudden they said, no, we didn't accept you. I got the letters, I got the email. It was a long drawn out process to be accepted. I allege as they targeted Robert Groden, sent Homeland Security, wrote all those tickets against him because they hated him for his ideology. I'm alleging Corporal Cotner was exploited, as the officers were in Robert Groden's case, and they exploited him, and they testified in federal court that there were meetings of the minds. Mayor Rollins and others had meetings of the minds physically to target and to subject Robert Groden because of his ideology. I have been seeing the same thing about Dallas. That's why they are yet to release any internal emails. I'm asking you, Honorable Jenkins, are you still there?
I'm here.
Okay, if your daughter, you being an attorney with a law firm, had a fabricated police report against your name, you know how Dallas County operates internally. I just found a complaint by Honorable Stacey Williams, who filed in court 2011 in federal court that she was subjected to retaliation, harassment, and workplace hostile. It was a hostile working environment. She's now my judge in DC 2106-299. In her complaint, you have that complaint. She's also alleging that a judge violated her.
I'm sorry,
She's my judge.
Dolores, but you're out of time. Thank you, Dolores.
I'll be speaking next month. Thank you much.
See you next month. Our next speaker is Mr. Stephen Orloff. Mr. Stephen Orloff. Is that Stephen Orloff right there at the top? Mr. Stephen Orloff. Okay. Okay. Our next speaker is Michelle Wigington. Miss Michelle Wigington.
I'm here.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Can I share my video, my screen?
Yeah, we can see you. I don't see
But
the
like, can I show my screen?
Oh, Daryl, can someone help her show her? There we go.
Okay, I'm Michelle Wigington. I'm from Esquire Lane in Dallas County.
Okay.
Here we go. Why does Dallas County have police patrolling and nuisance abatement trucks for Dallas unincorporated area services? On Saturday, a nuisance abatement truck blocked my driveway of my home, initiated his lights, and proceeded to my front door. I had been working in my backyard when my dog went nuts. I came around the front to find a large man in a police polo with a gun and a badge.
Fire marshal, that's Barbara. Well, what is she saying?
Oh, that's not Robert.
That's Barbara. That's Barbara. I can see that.
Your eyes-
But what's her concern? What's she saying?
Go ahead, ma'am.
I've got my screen sharing. Is it being played?
Yeah, we can see it.
So after telling him that it was my septic install, he questioned me multiple times about my permit, asking how I know I have it if I haven't laid eyes on it myself. I informed him that I had a licensed installer. We waited from September until May for approval from the county and then had to wait out the rain. Alvarado asked to look around my property, then threatened me with a stop work order when I did not consent to a search. I told him to do whatever he needs to do, but as far as I know, my paperwork is in order. That's when he let me know the office was closed, so he can't call to verify whether I have a permit or not. Here's another video.
What are you saying? I don't have a clue what she's saying.
He's saying Robert said that she needs a permit to move dirt on or off her property. Lots of people outside city limits don't think they need any governance, but there are.
At one point, I told him I was done talking and tried to retreat back behind my house, but he began to follow me. He insisted that he needed my phone number so he could follow up with me on Monday when the office was open. I gave it to him. He gave me a business card and he finally left. I followed up with my septic installer who had seen the truck the day before while they were working. He confirmed I had the authorization to construct from the county and there's no requirement for me to display it. He also spoke with Stacy from the fire marshal's office, who said he had no business knocking on my door and should have been home that day. My attorney filed no trespass notice personnel complaint after I was unable to get the sheriff's department to take a report. Commissioner Coach emailed me saying that it was being reviewed by the DA's office and he would speak to me afterwards. I've not heard back from him. The assistant fire marshal Barber contacted my attorney saying the investigation was done and that Alvarado was on duty patrolling from the fire marshal's office. I still don't understand why this man came to my house Gestapo style. What is the justification in confronting law-abiding homeowners when there's no proof of a crime or a violation? There's very little information available on the Dallas County website for the DUAS. I can find no chain of command, but during my sleepless nights, I found his public Facebook page and was more disturbed. The policeman is a peacetime soldier, always at war. Stand in front of law enforcement, or behind law enforcement, or in front of them with a picture of a gun.
Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whatever that means.
Okay, our next public speaker is Ms. Coretta Pesvia from the Parkland Clinic.
You know, Judge, I'm not gonna try to respond, because hell, I didn't understand what she was saying.
There's more going on there.
She's a public speaker, so we're talking about.
Yeah, I just wanted to reduce it to writing. I couldn't understand what you're saying. So, okay, I just want to reduce it to writing, send it to court administration, and go from there. Oh, you do?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Coretta Pesvia. So, Coretta Pesvia? Yeah. Coretta Pesvia.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Our last speaker is Mr. Zachariah Manning. Mr. Zachariah Manning. Mr. Zachariah Manning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of the commissioners for their hard work that they give to Dallas County, especially Commissioner Price. You work really hard in District 3, and I want to thank you for all the work that you do over there. And also a special thanks to the judge. Judge is on it, so I thank you. And also congratulate Carol Donovan on her efforts that she has given to Dallas County. So I thank her for all the time and effort she's put in. So I'm here today to talk about the proposed Parkland Clinic relocation onto floodplain land. So I have emailed each one of the commissioners a court order 2019-0322, which is the Dallas County Floodplain Management Regulations. If you look on page 14, section D, which is compliance, it states no structure or land shall hereafter be located, altered, or have its use changed without full compliance with the terms of these regulations, Dallas County subdivision regulations, and county road construction standards pursuant to Court Order 2017-1621, if applicable. Other applicable regulations include the City of Dallas Article 5 floodplain and escarpment zone regulation or court orders. This court order 2019-0322, which is Dallas County Floodplain Management Regulations, that was signed on March 19, 2019, means that the proposed Parkland Clinic at Stokes Road and Forest Lane, which is on plan, must comply first with the City of Dallas Article 5 floodplain and escarpment zone regulations, Trinity watershed management, and other applicable regulations or court orders. According to your own court order, the use request, which is zoning application 201-193, cannot proceed by the City of Dallas nor Parkland without first compliant with said regulation and orders. So I encourage the county commissioners or the City of Dallas to remove the zoning application from the July 15, 2021 City of Dallas CPC hearing, so that y'all can be in compliance with the order that this court implemented.
Thank you. You're out of time, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our public speaker. We'll now adjourn for our closed session to consider matters under Chapter 551 of the Government Code as previously posted. Any action as a result of that closed session will take place in a subsequent open session. We can begin closed in, what, 1 minute? Few minutes. 5 minutes.
Like that up? Yeah.
That's just the one on.
Say when.
You know, you gotta get a clerk. He's getting a clerk. Judge Roden, I want to see those PO, I want you to run that deal, because I haven't seen any PO boxes in my
Because I always thought PO boxes weren't allowed either.
We ready? All right, no action necessary as per the closed session. Court stands adjourned.
Yeah.